Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Also obligatory fuck ice. Yeah, that's part of the intro now. Hey Superman, hey Steph, hey Danny, hey Celestial, hey Scarlet Air, hey Luna, Mandy, Ace, anyone else who's lurking about. I almost played E33 today, because I was playing last night. I finally, I got that super boss down that I had, just left for later. Um, but it was actually first attempt of the session, and, I'm glad I didn't, spoil myself on... They included new little kill cutscenes for most of the new super bosses from the DLC update. And, they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. So, I had fun with that. Maybe at some point in the next few weeks I do another E33 run on stream. We'll see. Alright, let's continue. I didn't have origin dialogue tags on before. Well, I do now. Get ready for a gay changer. I've been gay the whole time. Yeah, game changer, sure. Hey, Exile, how are you? So, I was doing more just off-stream science stuff. Not for this run, just other stuff. And how is Blade Singer, like, even more shit than its number one hater, can remember from day to day?
One day I'll catch a break.
I somehow memory hold that the AC and saving throw bonus scales with level and not character level, Blade Singer level. So for it to be as good as something a Swords Bard can do at level 3, you need to have 9 wizard levels. Just like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? It's rough. I'm trying to cope my way into a non-modded Blade Singer run, and it's not going well. It really is just not going well. Alright, we hit level 8. Let's start doing more stuff. Hey, Happy Zara. Hey, Jester. Blade Singer's busted. What are you talking about? Reddit told me. Yeah, busted.
I don't.
There's... Jaheira didn't save your ragged little tail from the cultists. I did. If you're here to save the day, Carl and Leo are taking you...
Oh, I should talk to Alfira.
You're all right. Thank goodness. I was worried they got you too. They took his eyes first.
Best Blade Singer is not picking Blade Sing class. So, like, actually, I'm sure you saw me post this in Discord, but what you can do is you can spec into Blade Singer, start Blade Singing, then respec into, like, a real build, and then you'll still have Blade Singing active until it ends. I mean, it'll only be for a few turns, but... Start streaming alarm. But, like, you can have Blade Song active while playing a real class for a few turns. Maybe that's the sauce.
It just... He said he's
Still meh. Oh yeah, it's still nothing. You get 3 meters of movement speed
well,
and an amount of AC that doesn't matter.
How do you do it? If they're not dead, then just...
It's just so rough though. Alright, yeah, let's save Roland. YouTube told you it's busted, so it must be true. Yeah, surely, Super. Surely.
Seems like the best
Other
way.
stuff I was messing around with that disappointed me was trying to find monk unarmored defense value, even with a +7 wisdom modifier. Would you believe that that ability is still completely fucking useless? +7. Completely useless.
Is that wrong? I thought he had better sense than this.
Hey, Mick, how are you? Alright, well, you were supposed to miss. Sure.
God damn it all! Yeah, instead I found... I've...
What's in here?
What did we do last? Oh yeah, we saved Minthara. Guess we could do the prison break. There's no guards anymore. It should just be scrying eyes, because we did a big scrying eye party on the Moonrise balcony. Everyone was invited. The warden even showed up. Finished all my tasks at work for today, and it's so dead. I'm just playing Stardew Valley on the side while waiting for my shift to end. Incredible. It's okay, Roland. You can take shelter in my Shadow Cursed lands. Why are they cursed?
I bloody hope not. If he saves us, I'll never hear the end of it.
Why don't you and Zev Lord? If you're not up, whatever.
Yeah, like, who's gonna stop me from talking to them?
The Iron Hand gnomes must succeed.
Person just wants to feel spooky sometimes, and it makes sense. Shadow Blessed lands. Yeah, with nobody to call, I guess the Scrying Eyes just aggro. Or... oh, maybe what it is if you, like, interact with a Moonrise Prison Guard outside of Moonrise Prison, they're perma-hostile. Like, as soon as they leave the area, they're supposed to be perma-hostile to you. So, maybe because this Scrying Eye is part of the same, like, sub-faction, it's working out that way. Either theory works. Had one Moonrise Guard run away, and the whole Moonrise was perma-hostile. I have a theory. What's up?
I'll get us out of here, Cal. Even if I need to kill every bastard.
The buff says you're a criminal. Oh, so you just got Enemy of Justice, that's all. You can't get rid of Enemy of Justice. dummy thick and the clap keeps alerting the scrying eyes. Could be that, I suppose. I don't have a funny weapon to give Wolbrin this time.
Good work. We'll grab you, however, are the clincher. The stone. I feel it. Hollow behind the back wall.
Why do Dragonborn have memories? Do they live birth? I don't know, but I'll help them try. Dragonborn Midwife was my nickname in college. I got this. One could say I was Dragonborn for this. Sorry, mental illness. Yeah, thanks for streaking, Mick.
I must make it to Baldur's Gate. I must.
That might be worth a look.
Hey, no. Hey, roll this check.
My plan for now is to hide out on the...
I should really start going with them so I could deal with Harper Arthas, but I gotta still put the time into sciencing out a safe and consistent way of dealing with him. Used to be easier. They made him harder to deal with, and like, I think it was patch 7, and I just never bothered to learn. So it's been quite some time.
That might be worth a look.
Oh, did I hit snooze and not stop? Second alarm jump scare.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Similar to the Jith having nipples that serve no functional purpose. Oh, there's a very important... No, assuming under a certain set of circumstances, hormones, I can cream my coffee with Dragonborn dairy. Of course, of course.
What path lies before me?
Nice. Kind of not the desired outcome, but sure. Hey Zen, how are you? Just came in to say fuck guys? Hell yeah. Okay, I wanted to verify that you could do that. It wasn't on the list of ones that you can't use with curved shot, but Curve shot Roaring Thunder arrow is interesting. Anything happen? Yeah, Ice shot a woman in the face 4 times yesterday, and then lied about it and said she was trying to kill them. It's on video. Oh, and their strategy for running interference is saying, that she was like a terrorist or whatever, because they can't use their normal deflection of, oh, she's an illegal, which is, you know, already fucking stupid, but, you know, citizen and everything. And of course, the All Lives Matter crowd are silent because, you know, she was white, so they have nothing to say because they don't actually care about people. And you have media personalities deciding that the defense strategy to say, no, it's okay this person was murdered is homophobia, because she's married to a woman, so they're like, oh yeah, she deserved this. However bad you think it is here in the US, it's worse. It's worse. Like, I cannot tell you in any more certain terms than it's worse. Quite literally at the stage of people bending over backwards to justify public executions. For, again, no crimes committed. So, that's why we say fuck ICE. The demonstrations happening at least? Yeah. Not enough. Because culturally, the United States is a carefully cultivated cesspool of apathy. Like, getting people to care even when shit's happening to them personally is difficult. You think they're going to care about what's happening to other people? No. So, there's never enough, but yes, there are some demonstrations. Saying the cop was injured in the hospital. Couple of things. One, fuck the police, but this guy's not a cop, he's an ICE agent. ICE agents are not cops. They aren't trained. They, like, I can't believe I'm barking in favor of the pigs for a second here, but ICE agents are not cops. Cops are bad enough. ICE is worse. Different entity. But yeah, they're lying and saying that, you know, the guy's fighting for his life. He shot her in the head. He shot her 4 times, 3 times in the face, and then fled the scene. It's on video. You can see it. I don't recommend you do, but you can see it. It's perfectly fine. Not injured at all. But you have the pedophile in chief tweeting about fighting for his life or whatever. It's just all distractions.
Sister,
All distractions.
pray with me while we wait.
Ever at your service.
and addressing the elephant in the room here. I know for some people talking about current events and, you know, heavy topics is, you know, the opposite of what you come to a live stream for, and not necessarily entertaining. And I get that. I understand that. It's hard to be a buzzkill, but part of cultivating a space where, you know, people pass the vibe check is a certain level of maturity, where sometimes we do vent and discuss these things and confirm to one another that you know, we got a high baseline level of human decency here. So again, sorry for the buzzkill, but sometimes discussing the shit is important.
You sure you don't want me to check those crates?
I was a
Nice
farrier
to
in
know what we're
Dissaring
shipping.
Valley. And the dreams came.
Remind your sister.
As a Brit, I found it impossible to grasp how things are for you guys right now.
They wouldn't admit it.
I wish I could say it's inconceivable, but like this is the
Your family will
logical outcome of everything that, like, the actual political left here in the States has been warning about for the last 11 years.
If only he had gone further.
This exactly.
Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit of trade, I hope.
And I say actual political left because, as Nunu touched on, our elected officials are bootlickers and controlled opposition. And any that don't fit that bill, remember, they're not the ones with actual power in the party by design. Not for lack of trying on their part, but
gives them to you fully formed. Can you hear?
fun stuff. Yeah, the thing is, Saba Hyrulean is, you know, one, I encourage not putting people on pedestals. This is just a thing in general for public figures. Just judge people by the material good that they actually go out there and do. As a primer for the topic. That said, yeah, getting anyone who actually wants to do material good into a position where they can do so is an uphill battle, because actual progressive ideology is not supported in the US. It's not. It is popular. The most people in the country want it, but it's not supported because there's no profit in it. Yeah, no, I'm saying I agree. I'm also I follow and stuff. I get you. And frankly, I think in that particular case with, you know, with Hassan, people have twisted themselves into knots trying to purity test to get people to dislike a guy who does use his platform to attempt to do good, even if sometimes he's a bit of a disconnected dumbass about certain things. People are people, and again, focus on when someone goes out and does actual material good, whether it's campaigning, whether it's fundraising, whether it's, you know, packaging important conversations in a way that people such as Twitch viewers can actually, like, get into giving a shit about the world in which they live. So, overall, yes, I agree with you. Just as a primer for the topic when discussing public figures and who shouldn't get into office, you know, have a greater platform than they do, just in general for everybody, don't put anyone on platforms, because that sort of, like, team sports shit is what a lot of people who do not have critical thinking ability have replaced their process of evaluating, who to back in a political climate where people are looking for a reasonable middle ground between literal Nazis shooting people in the face 4 times and then lying about why. And then people who are like, hey, what if we had healthcare and didn't do public executions? People look for a reasonable middle ground there because the entire political landscape is like, it's all fucking vibes, and it just, there's a lot of things I want to get into there, but yes. All I have to say is that Nepal overthrew their government and elected a new democratic one via Discord. Yeah, I've seen a couple of memes of, do a Nepal, and it's someone poking the US with a stick. Yeah. Wouldn't want him in a leadership role. I agree with that, Nunu. But in terms of getting people to give a shit and jump scaring some people into engaging their empathy center, dude's good for that. Sadly, we're far too dispersed as a country for that physically. Yeah, and that's another thing that's important to highlight. Like, things like the manufactured controversy over childcare fraud, which is not a widespread systemic issue, but this is just the excuse they were looking for to punish what the regime perceives to be blue states. That's hurting their people too, because there's no such thing as a blue state. Not really. Like, sure, in terms of ways that the state goes election-wise, at the macro level, but like population-wise, there's like more red voters in California than in actual red states, just because the number of people are there. There's no blue state. And I say that to point out that this team sports shit is completely irrational because people will still vote for the team that's actively fucking them. And discussions over things like the distribution of people in the country not happening enough is why I think a lot of people don't realize that, hey, no, this shit hurts everybody. There's no, you're on the winning team. You're not. If you're not a billionaire, you're not on the team. Even if you're a billionaire, if you're not a white billionaire, you're not on the team.
Remember General Thorm's prayers and preparation. Even you, every excellent type. The goblins.
They're all still has my money, right?
Her mind tongues.
I see you like to handle underlings.
The billionaires have class consciousness. How fucked is that, Nunu?
For a while, let's see.
Every emotion soaks into her mind's palette.
Caution. She gave me everything I want. I said,
that's it. Play along. The closer you can get to the General, the closer you'll be to the answers you seek.
But we have lost contact with him. Go there.
Wellness check. I think Nunu's point is that, even though the actual event of Nepal's government changeover could be perceived as a good thing, the reasons for it happening are not as positive as surface level analysis would have you believe. Like, good thing happened, sure, but like, reasons do matter.
She's suddenly nervous, on edge. Talking about the relic makes her anxious.
I don't need to pass this check.
I don't get anxious, I get impatient. But don't...
The Nepal is just going to be used as a proxy to agitate China and India. I don't see any way that ends well for Nepal. I personally don't think that's even going to be necessary. Like, I think there's more than enough ways conflict with China and India can be escalated without need for the particular Nepal piece on the board, but can't say you're wrong. I just don't think they will bother.
So why are you here instead of... Oh, good. I love answering questions. Whatever Balthazar is
Like, people
looking
are
for,
already
it's
linking
crucial to the war effort.
the Venezuela thing to the Greenland rhetoric, and then using that as a template for, you know, they're gonna do this with Taiwan, right? And then it's like, yeah, they are.
Fine. Talk to the bugbear court. Have I not been clear? Death would not silence.
Sniffer. Was there a particular way I wanted to kill Zero? About cold dress? No. But we don't have to wait until Greenland or Cuba gets taken over before people start waking up and collectivizing. So, I'm gonna be a massive Debbie Downer here. There is absolutely nothing that could happen that will get Americans to mobilize to the level that all of us want them to. Literally nothing. Now, this is not me saying people can't or won't mobilize, but this is me saying that it will never happen to the degree that there is a reasonable expectation for.
That's a friendly looking ship.
Americans are culturally incapable of doing that.
My hand slipped. Should mind my step.
Well, let's go Oil of Bane here, I think. Yeah, Oil of Bane makes sense.
You were witnessed assault.
No sharpshooter here. Hey, Shoop. How are you?
We have a parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
What does Ability Drain do? So Ability Drain reduces the relevant attribute when you land an attack roll against a creature. And it might seem like it's not a super big deal, but Ability Drain is far and away the most powerful tadpole power. Like, this shit is insane. I cannot stress enough that Ability Drain is, like, the strongest tadpole power. Because while you used to be able to just fully atrophy things, like, to death by reducing their stat scores to 0 with this by itself, they eventually made it so you need outside help. But you can couple this with any other source that reduces a stat to kill things by reducing their attributes to 0. So it's very easy to do this with in Act 3 with Intelligence, because the tadpole power Absorb Intellect kills anything that's below 10 int by itself already. So you combine Ability Drain Intelligence, and, well, you can kill anything. In full party play, you could have 4 people, all with Ability Drain, all doing Intelligence attack rolls, so every turn you're reducing a target's int by 4, and you could also have someone use Absorb Intellect, so you kill anything that has less than 10 int after 3 turns. So what that means is, and because it lasts 3 turns, you have 3 turns of, even after using the power, you could have everyone on the team Ability Drain. How do you apply int attack rolls? Use Ray of Frost as a wizard. Use a Shillelagh weapon with int being your highest casting stat. Any attack roll if your character's spellcasting stat is int. So that is fighters, that is rogues, that is wizards. Yeah, but you could essentially kill anything in the game with a full party using int Ability Drain and Absorb Intellect in Act 3. And that's just one application. You can also use the Shadow from Gale's Shadow Lantern in Act 2 to do the same thing for Strength. You can use an Earth Elemental for Dexterity. So you can basically kill anything by draining any of those stats to 0, as long as their original stat point isn't too high. But even outside of that, let's say you're attacking someone with strength-based attacks and ability draining their strength. You're reducing their accuracy and their damage as you reduce their strength. So if you're doing like an AC tank build, you can render the amount of AC you need against a target lower. If you are attacking someone with dexterity-based attacks, you're lowering their armor class and their ranged attack rolls and damage. Does Rat Familiar stack? It does not. Does Double Cast Ray of Frost apply twice? No. Ability Drain has a once per turn cooldown, but it's a per person per turn. So that's why I said, full party, you could be doing this. I don't play full party, but this is one of the reasons why you cannot make full party in this game meaningfully challenging. Because if Ability Drain is on the table, among many other things, but if this is available, the game is incapable of like, forcing you to have to do something else. Is Ability Drain a must-have in all party members? I would say there's no reason not to. There's enough tadpoles in the game to where you can fill out, even without, like, exploits, which there are exploits to get more tadpoles, you can fill out 2.5 brains. And that's, like, getting every tadpole in Act 3 on that character. So, if you're playing a full party, even in the relative early game, you can get everyone to Ability Drain. It's just 2 tadpoles to get there. Gonna be nasty without a combat archery. Yeah, it's great there too. Can you one-shot Elder Brain that way? You can. Before patch 8, the full Illithid version of Absorb Intellect was able to one-shot the brain on its first turn with no outside help. You click Synaptic Consumption, and if it's stuck, the brain would die at the start of its first turn. Post patch 8, it can still do that, you just need to do Dex Ability Drain as well. Because they changed the way the effect ticks on Synaptic Consumption. But yeah, you just shoot the brain with a bow twice and use Synaptic Consumption, and it dies.
Breathe deep and move.
Don't want to draw any attention.
antagonist assault.
How you doing, Keith? Someone she'd fall prone. You need to fireball me? Okay. War God's Blessing bullshit. Piercing arrow does have a little bit of hitbox that goes behind you. Doesn't look like I can get exactly what I want here. Hey Ansel, how are you? Is the build evolving? It's good. It's good. But my action surge right now? I don't. So I should actually plan to heal here. Put the wrong amulet on. It's fine. Nice belly. Nice blue shirt. Yeah, it's a game changer shirt.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
With Sharpshooter, Construct Slaying probably gets through. Yeah. But back to Glazing Ability Drain. I highly recommend that when you first unlock Tadpoles, Favorable Beginnings, Psionic Overload, Ability Drain. That's your golden 3 for the first ones to prioritize. Every build, it makes so much sense to go those. Because, like, this helps you with... In solo, this is must-have, I would say. The reason why I stress solo for Favorable Beginnings is because this is shared across everyone. So once anyone has used Favorable Beginnings on a target, it's consumed for everybody. So in solo, this is the first time you do anything to anything. But in party play, one person uses it, and then it's less of a big deal. But Ability Drain is so good, and then Psionic Overload is also one of the most impactful damage increases in the game, if you can mitigate the downsides. It's also effective spell save DC. Yeah, if you want to stick, let's say, a Wisdom-based effect, Ability Drain their Wisdom. If possible. They trade. Okay, thanks for streaking, Ansel. Big streak. Don't know Discord. Nightbot, are you alive? Nightbot is MIA. Nightbot. Yeah, I don't know what Nightbot's doing. Exclam hole. But I have one of those vanity link things, so it's just Discord/Quag. You'll see it. Yeah, thank you, Celestial. Messing around with Ring of Mental Inhibition and Void Bulbs? Oh yeah? Mental Inhibition is one that I certainly have to use more.
Can't risk being in open view.
Yeah, hit this guy one time. -1 to his damage and attack rolls. Let's go here.
Breathe quiet. Just out of view. To be cautious. This calls for good.
Just need a good string of crits. Like that. He's won, he's literally won.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Got 10 ensnaring strikes in a turn. Janky cell if you can work it out. Ooh. What is Nightbot up to right now? Sometimes it goes down.
Softer than a whisper.
Sharpshooter off.
Another step.
Alright, now there's actually no guards. Unlike Reaver Boots, the ring doesn't have a limit of one target. Hot. Let's use it.
I'm not worthy. I never learned the words. I caught a glimpse of Ketherick and saw.
I need a quick word.
Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit of trade, I hope. Come back.
We still haven't done Visibald. Any of the forms, actually. Let's go for Malice. Poisonous Ring, Cloud Kill. I think is what we're gonna go for.
I don't need any attention.
burst off of that. Get the haste action. Want to apply Bane to him. Too dark. Oh no. So no. Go. Not the miss. Sticking an entangling shot would be pretty nice. Nice. 30 poison damage there. Can't think of anything super mainstream where it scored what the build's doing. What, Ring of Mental Inhibition? Yeah, it's not an item that's even mentally on my radar very often, so I agree. It's not really very mainstream. That's just funny. Wasn't bad, by the way. By the way.
One day, I'll catch a break.
Was kinda supposed to miss.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. What path lies before me?
Fight. Shame barbed arrows aren't a common consumable. Yeah. Fortunately with the Act 2.5 tech we've been doing lately, that does mean you can hit the Gnolls a second time and the Warden. To get double their normal amount. So that's nice. But that still doesn't mean they're like super usable, unfortunately.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Hex bad, okay. Yeah, that too. Hey, Nico. Now let's talk about poison damage. Commonly spread point of misinformation is that poison damage isn't good in this game. And I'm sure that's being parroted by the usual slop tubers as well. I think I saw something on my timeline that I quickly scrolled past. But, like, the idea that, oh, well, poison's not good because so many things are immune. All of the Thorm mini-bosses here in Act 2, they're not even mini-bosses, they're bosses. Poison works on all of them. Poison works on everyone in Moonrise. Poison works on everyone in Last Light. Poison works on everyone in the Goblin Camp. Poison works on everyone in Grimforge. Now, dwarves resist poison, so there's that, but it still works. And even resisted damage, if you do enough of it, is still good. Poison works on all of the Banites. Poison works on Gortash. Poison works on Orin. Poison works on all of the Githyanki. Poison works on all of the various monstrosities you fight in the game. Like, people just invented this idea that poison doesn't work on things because they probably tried to use it on a fucking ghost and were surprised when it didn't work. Yeah, poison works on the Sharans. You literally see Balthazar using it on them if you have him fight them. Almost a nice streak, Queen. Almost. Do I have money? Not really. Let's work on getting there, mister. Get the damage dice high as well, so access to Vuln is not an issue. Yeah, like, despite Poison Vuln being one of the harder ones to place, you have Poisoner's Ring, and then you have, like, Perilous Stakes. And Contagion. Despite it being one of the harder ones to place, it's also not really necessary a lot of the time. Like, Cloud Kill is still gonna do work regardless.
They wouldn't admit it. The absolute... You seek arms? Took a liking to you, did she? Watch yourself.
Oh yeah, I failed to actually get Lantarva to like me. For gore. I maybe do want Slicing Short Sword.
Get.
People love radiant damage, and that has worse full access.
Sister, pray with me while we wait.
I'm not worthy.
Ever at your service.
Ring of Spiteful Thunder, I might want, if I do Drake Throat, Thunder on the Bow of the Banshee, because then I can force disadvantage on the Frighten save. So, not relevant for this rest, but for a future one.
An honor.
They're a consistent source of Sleet Storm scrolls anywhere in the game. Just curious, as I found I always some despair by the time I do Portal Defense. I don't know of any guaranteed ones, Spyfer. I often end up with at least one, but I do go out of my way to have at least one. Is Act 2 a difficulty spike? No. Like, Act 2 is easier than the Mountain Pass. In my opinion, anyway.
Ever at your service.
At least early Act 2 stuff.
An honor. Truce.
Is encountering the shadows part of the bias because they're definitely awkward for certain builds? I don't think that it's really, like, tangible, because shadows have 30 HP. Like, shadows are less tanky than goblins. Not all goblins, but, like, relevant goblins. Wraiths? Wraiths are more of a big deal to deal with, sure. But Wraiths resist almost everything. So poison immunity isn't really much worse than what a lot of other builds have to deal with there. And there's 5 Wraiths in the game. 7 if you count the 2 that you can fight twice. So, like, if Wraiths were ever the argument people made, sure. But it's not. Greater zombies are threatening offensively, but they're incredibly easy to deal with a little bit of kiting. So ultimately they're not really a concern either, if you ask me.
Carefully now. The eye focuses on you.
So it's like, what are the hypothetical enemies that people think shut down poison? And I can't really think of a decent example other than Ketheric or Merkel. Balthazar, I guess, but, like, he's Balthazar. He has no fucking HP.
Anything of use?
Your gear? That's a decent argument. Sure, I'll allow that one. Forgot about it.
A kiln. Unfinished sculptures. Stone fragments. Masons worked here. Something over there.
I mean, maybe some of the poison downplay comes from people who are picking shit things and then blaming them being shit on them being poison. Like, poison spray. I mean, it's better than Toll the Dead, lol. But poison spray is, like, bad. Especially if you're clicking it early, where all cantrips are bad. So maybe they're clicking that. Maybe they're using chromatic orb poison instead of, like, thunder or fire or lightning.
Something over there.
Maybe they're clicking Ray of Sickness. Like, those things aren't good, but it's not because they're poison. In the case of Chromatic Orb, the Thunder one just does more damage. Then the other ones have surface effects and easier access to vulnerability. Which is, again, not poison as a type being bad. Can you kill Corilla if you find her hiding? No, Corilla's invincible until Act 3. Even in Act 3, she's invincible until the House of Hope. But you can disarm her ahead of time, which is funny. Doesn't do anything, she doesn't really use her weapon, but I did that last run and it was funny. Or, I guess run before last. People picking Poison Draconic Bloodline and trying that? Fucking maybe. But even that, like, wouldn't that boost Broodmother's Booming Blade? So, like, even that is better than some of the stuff that people actually run around using.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Mental fatigue from a bomb. That's decent, but all bloodlines do have that. Poison one does get the rogue. Should go for the Giga Chad Green Dragonborn. Yeah, Dragonborn's good. The way Extinguish interacts with Burning is interesting. Kinda want to try to take advantage of that one day, somehow.
Always room for more. Watch how you go. There's a...
I think we'll do Psionic Overload. And Resource Dump for Thisabalt. Now I want to play Dragonborn focusing on Drakethrow Glaive. You could be extra thematic and do some Stars Druid stuff to get that breath weapon on your bonus action too. Thought about doing that kind of run a while ago. Rage for my hole, I'm having spicy nudes. Good job with your hole and those nudes. Or, I'm sorry that happened. Whichever's more applicable. You're supposed to put them in your mouth, not your hole. I mean,
That sign above.
it's still a hole. I don't understand the problem. Everybody's a critic. Alright, I did already use that. Oh, I have 8. Cool. Does this mold have potion AI?
I just want a little love. On my way. To choose. These boots have seen everything. Don't give me trouble now.
See the tail per morale during the fight, if I remember.
Might be useful. Step carefully. There's a trap.
Guess I don't actually need Punch Drunk Bastard here. Because advantage is not something I care about. Thought about the idea of using it here, but it just doesn't make sense, ultimately.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Yeah, let's make the one purple worm we can craft before Archery without buying mats. I guess I'll actually want to open with Breath Weapon here, huh?
Best be on my way.
Expect anything. He's been cursed to the hells and back.
I want Psionic Overload. Menu target off of an object with Bloodlust on, as long as the fork hits an enemy, will trigger the Bloodlust. So I did that to spend one attack to get one action, and because I have extra attack, I still have an attack. And I even applied Purple Worm over here. So, you know how all these relatives got these weird conditions? Balthazar experimented on them. Was my understanding. And there's a little tail.
Excellent.
necrotic.
Good question for the tabletop enjoyers. You guys prefer stealth or sleight of hand proficiency? Seems kind of an apples and oranges thing to me. Like, do you prefer shirts or shoes? Not really comparable. Yeah, sharpshooter just doesn't make sense here. As much as I want to justify it, I can't. Where did that arrow even try to go? So far, the party is neither, and both would make sense for the character to have, so I don't know which one to choose. I mean, I'd probably personally lean sleight of hand there, but that's just me. Nice. Yeah, Candyman. Fight's so boring to me, I usually try to talk my way out of it. It's a lot of checks, and I don't have many inspo or good talkie-talkie in this run. Sometimes I do talk my way out of it if I don't feel like dealing with it, but sometimes I do just love seeing what kind of sustained damage a build can kick out. Productive turn. Let's look how good Sharpshooter is. I missed without sharpshooter being responsible there. I won't be a hater.
Time to press ahead.
Where are you? Where are you? Good old medium toughness chest. Mm-hmm. And I'm so sorry.
Cutting to the chase.
Hey, Poppy, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oz be ready to ban me for this comment? Like, what? Why did it... Huh? Why didn't it like that? Why did I have to permit that? Huh? What do you mean? I don't understand. Now that has to be bait.
Pity we had to kill him. He seemed more lonely than cruel. Let's have a look. It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
I don't really want to build into having even less movement speed, but like... I think we just stick with that for a little bit. Alright, 2 Thorns down. Got the Shambling Mound 2. There's a couple plant fights we haven't done yet. Oh yeah, I don't think I said Praise Be. Praise Be, Eratus Batus. Hey, thanks for the hype train. Your once per hype train reminder, only give within your means, please. But I appreciate the support. It does go a long way. Actual material benefit for me. Thank you very much, but be responsible for you. We could set up portal defense. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thanks for careful footwork.
If only he had gone.
Am I dealing with stupid bear? I'm gonna feed him to Orin. It's the only way to ensure that he dies.
With haste. I want to have a word.
Striking down my body will be the end of me. I trust you enjoyed the end of me.
Me too. But we...
This isn't... So...
How do I always get encumbered by these cookies?
Anyway, my love. I go where you go.
Any way to give Orin 2 victims? Now we're thinking. Just send Orin more people.
Ah, everyone seems to be quite you. Wolverine! We weren't exactly on holiday, Roland.
Last night's best bargains, right here.
Did you... We're all safe, Roland. Thank you.
You.
I said go home. Sure. Now. Well.
Hey, Smelly, thank you for the 5 gifted. Very kind of you. Thank you very
Yes.
much. Forgot about Barkus on my current run. I've been there. Been there. Do you have construct slang? Yeah, want to make sure I have some of those still. Am I doing on bombs? 8. May as well get more. Bagging up all Barkus' stuff like this because I'm eventually going to steal all this from him. Yeah, we'll buy Beast Slaying too.
Wait. How did you do it? You thank.
Surely way to do this still have Callous Glow, but it'll be fine. Yeah, that's fine. Go here for Acuity for the Sleet Storm. Get Necrotic Resist. Just in case. Yeah, something like that.
Trinkets and doodahs.
Forgot Murkon for like the 3rd time in a row. I forgot Murkon this run. Yeah, it happens to me sometimes. It simply be like that.
No physical ailment.
My loot.
Hey, shoot, thanks for the gifted sub. Very much appreciated.
How? Do you know him?
Hey, Safile, thank you for the 5 gifted. You guys are too generous, as per usual. Thank you very much. Hey, Adrix, how's Act 2 going? It's going, we're about to defend the portal.
But with the Oak Father...
Two of the Thorns down.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
I need a backpack to sell to Volo.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
You know, throwing the Flask Spectator and doing portal defense is probably funny. Hey, shoot, thank you for 2 more gifted. For rounding it off, yeah. Thank you very much. Hey, Exile, thank you for the 10 gifted. That's a lot. Thank you very, very much. And Adrix, thank you for the 1. I don't know what the occasion is, but I really do appreciate it. I'm getting better at accepting the hype trains. Thank you all very much for supporting me. It goes a long way.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Candy May, thank you for the 13 bits.
I am not a skeleton. I am neither
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
I don't get it.
Do I have any summons?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
I got a zombie. Meh. People are clicking the button, I clicked it too. Hey, Mikey Geek, thank you for the 100 bits.
You Hulsin.
Very kind of you.
Me.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Seems that way.
I think Withers Arabella is some of my favorite background dialogue in the game. It's pretty good. Wellness check, thank you for the 100 bits. And the butt. Get appreciated, nerd. Absolutely got me.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Do I have... Yes.
TMI.twitch.tv Cernotis hashtag TBJQuag.
Why does it do that sometimes on gifted subs? It's not every time either. What that about?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Oh hey, I accidentally did this. So yeah, this is the thing I've been too lazy to learn, like, consistently, but I totally just did it accidentally. This is what I'm talking about when I say throw canceling. There's a particular timing where when you cancel the throw, you still lock the coordinates of the target to yours. And you just run around.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
It's very useful when you get it down. Yeah, I just haven't bothered to. I get it like 1 out of every, I don't know, 20 intentional attempts, and then every so often I get it accidentally. Hey Silva. Yeah, Shocker is great.
Victims of the Shadow Curse. At least they were afforded a burial. Death won't take me yet.
So I like to just use the objects in the immediate area for this. I barricade this with objects that can't be climbed over. Throw a grease bottle back there. That crate doesn't need to be there, it just happens to be. Do 2 more grease bottles here. Move the fire wine barrel that was here over here to join the other one. If I have a summon, I like putting one over here. Ooh, hype chest. Very well. Chew. Sometimes worth putting a summon here too. I like putting the moon lantern down here. Elixir of Bloodlust is fantastic here. All sorts of good coatings. We're going to use Malice in this instance.
You're here. Good. Very well. I need you to stay good. Oak for it ready.
That should work.
Now they're blind. Hey, Trooperella. Finished E33, well, the main story quest at least, probably New Game Plus in the future to get all the achievements, probably 100% it. I would recommend going through all of the endgame content before New Game Plus. So that's the side areas. The 2 areas that have the word drafts in their name, I would highly recommend doing those, as well as the Flying Manor. I'm not going to tell you what any of those things are specifically, no spoilers for the benefit of everyone here, but definitely do those things. Endless Tower, yeah. Destroyed my barricade, but that's fine. Damn it, sharpshooter. Content that's unlocked after? No, it's just there's content that you already have that you likely haven't done. The game is structured so that when you get to Act 3, the thing it's telling you to do is the end of the main story, but like there's a lot of other things that you're sort of intended to do afterwards. You can do before, but it's not a continuation. It's just there's content you haven't done, a lot of it. Love to see someone do a full E33 playthrough since I love the look and story of it. It's just not something I enjoy playing myself. I've done a few on stream. I streamed my first playthrough and then, I don't know, like 3 or 4 more. I almost streamed that today. Because I was playing last night and I finally got down the last boss that I hadn't. The DLC update added a bunch of super bosses and there was one that I hadn't finished, but I got it. My first attempt at the session, too. That was fun. I enjoyed that. We curve shot those. Oh, hi, Jake. There's always more E33 randomizer too. Yeah. I was actually looking at the mod page. It's not updated for DLC yet, but once it is, I probably do another rando run. I'll let myself go lethargic. What Jake doing? Just crawling all over me.
Buy him a little more time.
Obviously no specifics to avoid spoilers. Yeah, the recommendation is that the Act 3 finale, yeah, that you use the challenge settings at the flag to increase enemy HP, or you cap your damage. Because it is set up so that you don't need to do Act 3 content to finish Act 3. Everything in Act 3 is harder than the end of Act 3 in that game. Work, very happy about to see Mans. Alright, the portal has 71 HP. I could destroy it. I should do main story, then side content in Act 3. I would say do the companion side missions. All of them. And then do main story. Then do the side content.
But no. It comes.
Hey, Magnum Merlin. Question, can I use Warding Bond instead of Bear Heart for the Uncanny Dodge interaction with extra damage reduction? Any source of resistance will work well with Uncanny Dodge. It could be Bear Heart, could be Warding Bond, could be Elixir of Universal Resistance. Be whatever you want it to be. What just happened? Why they all explode and die? Because the timer ran out. You don't have to kill everything. You just have to protect the portal. This is why Sleet Storm is better than Wall of Fire. Because Sleet Storm prevents them from getting there, and that's the win condition.
Daniel is resting.
There you go, using logic on Twitch again. Hey, right.
Part of him. Only the missing half may not come with
Nice is looking to do a 70k and 5 thief run, Warding Bond Campcaster.
Deep, twisting Daniel's essence into something else.
Yeah. That would work out. Like, I think you'll find that the Campcast, like, by the time you have your build established, especially with those levels, you won't need the Campcaster, because you can... It's easier to get resistances than it's believed to be. Like, take my character right now, for example. I have Necrotic Resist just from having Leviatar Scourge equipped, but once we go into the Gauntlet of Shar, I can just have Night Singer's Favor, and that takes care of it passively, so I don't need to worry about that at all. I have Acid Res by being Green Dragonborn. No. What kind of Dragonborn am I? Bronze? Bronze Dragonborn? If I was a Tiefling, I get Copper. Thank you. If I was a Tiefling, I'd get Fire that way. If I was a Dwarf, I'd get Poison that way. And those are like the wackier ones. The more straightforward ones, Slashing, Piercing, Bludgeoning, those are also pretty easy to get. Like, you could run around with passive Blade Ward from Reviving Hands or Armor Persistence in Act 3, but before that point, you're an Eldritch Knight, you got Blade Ward, you can click it as needed. Elixirs of Universal Resistance become available from level 6, and there's 2 vendors that sell one every day in Act 3. So I think you'll get to a point where even when doing your Campcast Warding Bond, you'll be like, oh, I don't need this. I have the resources that I could do without it. Not saying you have to. Just something that I point out.
There is a ruin. If you want me, I'm yours. I'll be...
Hey, Mark. I was watching your stream from my phone. Twitch Mobile does suck. People weren't kidding. And I fell asleep pretty early. How was your session?
She was no fun. All I wanted was to play.
Cool, I'll make sure to make note of that for the run. Yeah. I like the idea, though. Normally, I'm pretty averse to multi-class out of fighter into other things, but EK Thief is a cool option. Like, 7-5 gives you War Magic and Uncanny Dodge. 8-4, you still get 4 feats. 8-4 is a split that works nicely for charger builds, because you get the extra bonus action, you still have extra attacks, you just do 2 charges. If you get Haste or Bloodlust, plus, like, Helmet of Grit, then you could even do 3 charges. All sorts of funny things you could do. But the point is, I like your build concept.
I won fair and
So shrouded.
How'd I come by the username?
someone else to play with.
Random name generator, back in, like, 2012.
I like it here.
Spat out
Family for myself.
something with
Play all
Quag
the
in it,
time.
and I've just used that for game name stuff ever since. Still alive, picked the wrong option against Karnas, had to command drop him for the lantern, but you just got the desired outcome, because that's my streamer. Then I use Invis to dip out, and he appears to have vanished from my game. Karnas vanished from my game in my recent Paladin run, too. He just disappeared. I don't know why. Always wanted to use Sword of Chaos for healing and Bone Spike for retaliation damage once I discovered Uncanny Dodge. Well, so Bone Spike Garb I'm a really big fan of. It's awesome for retaliation builds, because it gives you that DR and a retaliation effect, and it doesn't increase your AC, which makes it very, very good. So, like, you're knocking on the correct door with that. The problem with Sword of Chaos is that, yeah, like, healing isn't really good in this game. Sure, healing to facilitate certain other things, especially when it comes at relatively little opportunity cost, like Sword of Chaos, you're just attacking, you're doing something you're already doing. It's just like, why heal when you could just be tanky enough that you don't care about damage anyway? So Sword of Chaos ends up in this weird place where by the time you get it, you have far outlasted your need for it. I do really like the weapon. I think it's cool. It's just, it's a good two-handed greatsword in a game with fantastic two-handed greatswords, and then two-handed weapons that utterly slaughter the greatswords in value. Like, the strongest greatswords are still Ratbat on its worst day. So, like, So, acquisition's an issue there. But hey, you don't always have to play optimally. Sometimes it's just playing out the concept. Really glad to see someone in the wild liking Uncanny Dodge, because we need more Uncanny Dodge stands. I'll go accuracy here. Madness Club from Knowles. That's something that you can build around and make it more worthwhile, but the problem is, even when you mitigate the downsides, at the end of the day, it's a +2 club. Or +2, is it technically a mace? It's either a mace or a club. It's a +2 weapon earlier than most other +2 weapons, and that's cool, but like by the time you can actually mitigate the downsides, what are you getting? You're getting a mediocre weapon that gives you some healing, that doesn't trigger the few things that healing is good for in this game. Passive stuff. Broodmother's Revenge, stuff like that. So, like, a lot of effort for a little payoff. It's thematic, though, and thematics are worth something. Or is it a flail? I think it's a flail. There you go. No, it's a mace. Shattered flail, it's a mace. Yeah. So, no, you can't shillelagh it. The Sword of Chaos trigger Bless Ring Broodmothers? Yes. How many undead slaying do I have? Not enough to be doing this, I'll do it anyway. That's why. Wow, that was a lot of damage just by proxy. Find the rules for what you can and cannot shillelagh be a little weird. Did you read shillelagh? Very straightforward. Quarterstaff and club. That's it. If it's a quarterstaff or club, you can. If it's not, you can't. It's not stick of any kind. It's explicitly quarterstaff and club. It's just the great club is club? No, great club is a great club. If it was a club, you'd be calling it a club.
All right. Best be on my way.
This is like the oral sex and sex debate, like the word sex is in it. I mean, when we're talking about something as strict as video game classifications of stuff, like that kind of binary thinking, it's how the computer's doing it, so you gotta. I'm all about dealing in nuance, but talking about code. Where I'm coming from, at least. I think you're going out of your way to make things harder for yourself. But why not? Because that's how it works. See, you're making it harder for yourself. Let me have any fun? I do. Just... I point out when you're detached from reality. No matter how much you want something as, like, clear-cut as game says this mean this, no matter how much you want it to mean a different thing because word structure is similar, it's not going to conform to that. By DM's a chat D&D session, we all die in the first turn.
Why couldn't you? I'm not leaving.
Fuck the rules. Flips table. Grumble, not my DM. Grumble.
Even when it was scary, even when I was alone. But would he even want me back? So would I? But
you left your friends here, Daniel. Oliver, Butthead, whatever you prefer. Even if you could, it wouldn't do much. Most of the time, just nerf the weapon. Shillelagh Ratbat would be, like, thought-provoking, but it doesn't really do anything that we can't already do with Hexed Weapon. But yeah, it'd be like, okay, you can Shillelagh Ratbat, Punch Drunk Bastard, Argument Solver. When's the last time anyone thought about Argument Solver? Whatever, Quag, I should be able to Shillelagh my club sandwich if I want. This is like Packed Weapons Salami in a different font. Shillelagh Ratbat is something I wish I could have done when I was doing my Walking Dead theme run. No, it isn't. What is it? It doesn't change anything. Like, it doesn't... It's like, boy, I wish the Titan String Bow had an extra D10 of damage. To what end? Like, what does that change? Yeah, Nightbot's napping. I don't know what happened to Nightbot. Like, have options? It's not... It doesn't change the optionality of the item. It takes Ratbat from the strongest two-handed weapon in Baldur's Gate 3 to the strongest two-handed weapon in Baldur's Gate 3 used the exact same way in all of the same builds. It doesn't change anything. Does the Rat Bat Damage Rider work with Glow Ring then? Yes. The loose rule of thumb there, Merlin, is if you have a damage boost that doesn't show up on the like weapon preview here, when it's active, those are the ones that apply to Rat Bat's second instance. That's not an absolute rule, but that's the loose rule. So like Broodmother's doesn't, because you can see that that shows up on the preview here. But Callous Glow works, Lightning Charges work, Psionic Overload works, Hex works, Spellmite Gloves, Potent Robe work, Greater Flesh Gloves work, like Twisting Branches. Yeah, same thought process. So it requires a wooden club or quarterstaff and source material. So once again, this is... Some of y'all go out of your way to interpret things to be there that are not there. In Baldur's Gate 3, Shillelagh tells you club or quarterstaff. If it is a club or quarterstaff, you can Shillelagh it. If it is not a club or quarterstaff, you cannot Shillelagh it. You're adding in extra things that are not there. So, Great Club, not a club. That's Great Club. That's a different word. Stipulation of wooden, it doesn't... Same thing. Torch is apparently a club, which is not logical. I mean, I don't care if it's logical to you. The game says it's a club, so it's a club. The entire point is that it doesn't matter if it's logical to you or not. It's very clear cut. It's club. Club. You know what else is a club? The Moon Lantern that I forgot at last light. I'm gonna go grab that. A couple runs ago, I did a build where I did Great Weapon Master, Hexed Weapon, Shillelagh, Shadow Lantern, Gale. Because the Shadow Lantern and Moon Lantern are light, versatile clubs. It's not here. Where did I leave it? I did leave a lightning jabber here, though. Where was I last using my lantern? No, I think I did actually use it, in the Oliver fight. Let's follow up and curious salami counts. So, the ability says club. Salami is a club. Does that answer your question? Yep, what Merlin said. Didn't answer my weapon about packed weapon salami. So, like, when I said packed weapon salami, do you think I made that up? Like, it's a weapon. You can bind it. The reason people do that? No, it's just every day there's 5 different chatters that think that applying effects to a salami is the funniest thing ever. That's why Danny tried to call the command that we have for it, but Nightbot isn't working right now. Hey, Smelly, thank you for gifting us up to Merlin. Very kind. Very much appreciated. Can I throw Salami at Grim and get the bludgeoning attack due to gravity? So it doesn't have the thrown property, so it won't do the weapon damage. And if you throw anything that doesn't have the thrown property, it can do bludgeoning damage as long as it's heavy enough. So if you throw it from high enough, yes, it'll do bludgeoning damage, but the same as throwing any heavy object would. It would not be like a light hammer, for example, because that does have the thrown property. I was gonna do something, and it keeps escaping me what I was going to do. Oh yeah, plants. But is it as funny as a guy who turned himself into a pickle? No, that is obviously the funniest shit I've ever seen. Hey, Nightbot's back. Oh, I can spell. Yeah, there we go. I was just asking. I know, I'm just answering. You know I don't answer without context. And you know that I love to, give leading answers that mean you know, like you won't have to ever ask that kind of question again. Wolburn uses Salami. Wolburn will pick up any bludgeoning weapon that you put in front of him there. You could give him the Blood of Lathander, you could give him a Salami, you could give him an Ogre or Minotaur weapon that you can't equip, but he'll just equip it. Wonder, in a run with 2 or more characters, can character A pick up an object via throw, wait for character B to cast Enlarge on the item before A confirms the throw? You can't enlarge objects, only creatures. So maybe you could, like, queue up a throw and then ally enlarges them and you manage to throw them because the game already said you could. I've never tried that. I doubt it, but it's like, thank you for testing. So, curving shot on a bursting arrow miss is +1 arcane arrow. Not quite how I wanted that turn to go, but we take those. You can shrink objects, not enlarge them. Here you go. That any bludgeoning weapon does also only work when Wolburn's in prison? That is what I said. You were kind of supposed to die. It's a little annoying that you didn't. +1 arcane arrow. Reminds me when enemies just have enough health to not proc Call the Weak, like why? Yeah, sometimes you end up just outside your Call the Weak range. I try not to be reliant on it for that reason. Like, Call the Weak is great when you don't have stable damage. When you do, it's like, whatever.
Bet I can crack that open.
Someone here told me to toggle non-lethal for these guys, and that was a lifesaver. It can be. Obviously can't non-lethal on a bow, but sometimes in melee that's the answer. Pretty sure the people responsible for Paladin class design in Diablo 4 have watched your stream, heard your opinions on Paladin class design in BD3, and were corrected in the opposite direction.
No traps, please.
Great way to sell me on the idea of a class. For melee range, though, I have Noxious Fumes and Reverb. Me attempting to play into that while meleeing with non-lethal would still not be a good option. So, sometimes non-lethal's the play, but sometimes it isn't. Gonna wait on He Who Was. Try to get a better scroll out of him by waiting till level 9. I guess we could Jerry. Is this a non-charger problem? Charger's so good, man.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Break a foot.
Free from the curse now. Perhaps she'll find peace. What path lies before me? Don't mind if I do.
You have a question with this charger thing? The feat charger gives you two abilities you can use. Charger weapon attack and charger shove. Charger weapon attack costs an attack and a bonus action, but it moves you in a long line, and it costs a little bit of movement speed. It moves you in a long line, hits one target, doesn't provoke opportunity attacks, and it does 5 more damage than a regular attack. Charger is one of those feats that a lot of people think is bad, but it's extremely good contextually. So what Trade is referring to is using a charger attack to hit one of the needle blights, and then also, at the same time, moving yourself out of range of the explosion. Hey, Jackson. And that's why we love having good athletics checks, yeah. Can also target through Sanctuary, the same way, you know, any martial attack that's attacking a location rather than an entity can do. So, Tiger's Bloodlust, Cleave, Slashing Flourish, Melee, Whirlwind Attack, Volley. It's an action, proc riders multiple times. No, it's a standard weapon attack. It's just, you know how Great Weapon Master all in gives 10 damage, Sharpshooter gives 10 damage. Well, I guess Sharpshooter is a bad example here because of how arrows work, but you know how Great Weapon Master gives 10 damage? Charger gives 5. So it's just like a stronger regular attack that also costs a bonus action. And a little bit of movement speed. Charger Shove is the other thing the feat gives you, and that's also interesting. It lets you shove things that you normally wouldn't be able to. Like heavier things. And that's neat. Is it similar to the charge you could do with Deep Rothe Wild Shape? No, the Rothe one has a knockdown chance and hits every target. Charger only hits one target. If Charger hit every target, I think it might be taken on, like, every Eldritch Knight build ever. It'd be very, 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 very good. But it is good enough as is.
A couple turns should do it.
Charger is already a top tier feat on Thief. Especially if you're playing a Thief with Bloodlust, or a Thief that multi-classes to get extra attack. Eight for EK Thief is already a really solid Charger setup, because it's 4 feats, extra attack. You still get War Magic.
That's curious.
Don't get inertia or improved extra attack, though. And you also don't get uncanny dodge or evasion. Make some more inventory space. We can level up by finding Arabella's parents, I think. Exactly 3,000 gold, that's very satisfying. EK without an Eldritch Inertia feels sad. Rest of the features are still good, but I love Inertia so much. It's so good once you get used to it that it feels like such a missed opportunity not having it. Yeah, I feel that.
You recognize the...
I will sell you what I can. Not dead. Merely medicated.
Let's go sleight of hand here.
Not much left now, but you're welcome
We're gonna buy these.
Now.
Paralytics are just worth having. It's hard not to go at least 11 fighter, gotta love 3 attacks, yeah. Like, always gotta remember with multi-classing, are you gaining more than you're losing? And with fighter, the answer is often no, because of how good improved extra attack is. But the level 10 features for a lot of the fighter subclasses are also very notable. Like with Champion, that's your second fighting style. With Eldritch Knight, that's your Eldritch Inertia. With Arcane Archer, that's your resources, your resource count. That gets you up to 10 Arcane Arrows. Figure 1 Hexblade's probably the best tip for 11 fighter. Often is, yeah. That's the plan for this build. 1 Hexblade. Sometimes there's a case for other things, like sometimes 1 Rogue ends up being better. Sometimes 1 Barbarian. Sometimes 1 Cleric. Sometimes 1 Wizard. It can certainly vary. These ladies are so cool. You're a cool lady. Fucking got him.
Just out of view.
Hey.
Big fan of 11 fighter plus 1 fighter. That's also a good one. I could do Poisoner's Gloves Derivation Cloak. I do enjoy that loop. I really like Icarus Gloves, though. This is funny. Go with something like that for now. Inventory management. Okay, that did just enough. Hear me out, big lady. Big lady. Hear me out. 6 levels of Hexblade Warlock, 3 levels of Hexblade Warlock, and then 3 levels of Hexblade Warlock topped off with a Rat Bat. I like it.
Very well.
Big lady? Where? Right here. Right here. Look. Look at. Look at. Look. Big lady abs. Breathe deep. Breathe deep. Then breathe into those. Then breathe deep again. And you're good. Cat. Literally shred cheese on those. Didn't know I wanted to, but you're right. After all, why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I use big ladies' washboard abs for a meal prep?
It'll need to.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Cleric's magic won't hold out the darkness forever.
Men's hear me out, conventionally attractive women. Women's hear me out, the sphincter and the nautiloid. The sphincter and the nautiloid sounds like one of those classic novels that you'd like have to read for like a 101 course in college, you know? It's like The Catcher in the Rye into the sphincter and the nautiloid.
Jahira wants to know about supplies. Will we make it home?
Burning through our oil, but it should just about do.
Agatha Christie type shit.
Just about.
Sweet, sweet level up noise. Yeah. Level 9's a big one too, it is. Like the catcher in your bed, am I right? Haha. No, just kidding. Unless.
Did you for the
I should speak up. It does. We must eradicate them. Swear that you will keep. Rest well. And keep. You wish to consult me? A mistake. When you.
I like that the scalpel's just a weapon. It's a regular dagger with absolutely nothing different about it, but I like that the description is just scalpel.
In my years as the Blade, I've witnessed, and lest we forget, we've a devil to rescue. It's a
gods. She makes a mockery of everything the Blade can already feel her scheming.
Fail.
And I made a mind. I always knew what my future held. A blushing apple begging to be. But one way or another, she'll see there's no winning, Raphael. I can't imagine what cruel penance. The deeper we dig, the closer.
Scalpel. Alright, I don't want to assign this level up yet. I want to use it on a Glomp the Looter inventory refresh. How you doing, pal? The real victim of this game. We only gave Mole, like, what, 12 or 13 concussions this run? So Glomp will pick up his share. How am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing well, Sora. How are you today?
Light on my feet.
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds in it? There is, lots. But I've got scavenger's rights, so it's all mine. Unless you're willing to trade for it.
Great, so we bag up everything.
Praise the
Check the vendors here. Can't wait to see more of my crush Choso. Seen the intro, JJK Season 3 intro. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that later.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
That is today. We can sell Blurg some rune powder. You know what I haven't done yet? I haven't recruited Gale yet. I'll remember to do that eventually.
Welcome back.
Or I won't.
I do enjoy a good
One of the two. Those are the options, right?
my private collection.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I greet you, son child. May your...
Who needs Gale? Only Rat Bat. Now I'm just thinking about Gale as an equipable weapon. You just swing him around. With the bag trick, yeah, that layaway command covers it. But I'm bagging up. You see how Dareth has this bag full of stuff? None of this refreshed from her inventory changing, so it allows vendors to just kind of have an expanded inventory. I'm not getting any of these items for free. Now you can bag up everything to steal it all with one sleight of hand check. That's a useful application. But often that's not what I'm going for. Usually I'm just trying to retain access so I can buy something at a later date.
That's that then.
Every connection he goes, da! Alright, level 9 isn't huge for fighter, but it is huge for your character overall. It's the final proficiency bonus increase. So we just got a little more accuracy, a little more damage, a little more spell save DC, all that. But also, vendor inventories expand once again. That's where 6th level spell scrolls become available. That's where crawler mucus and smoke powder arrows and radiant resistance elixirs become available. It's quite a big level overall.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
Same as us, I expect.
I greet you, son child.
Oh yeah, wellness check. So the common criticism of One Punch Man Season 3, that as far as I'm aware, is extremely low budget and low quality animation. Like, this went viral. If someone has a link to it, feel free to link that. But there's a guy sliding down a hill, but they really just, like, moved a PNG. Like, it's not animated at all, it's just... So the question of what animation style did they go with? I think they went with none. Now with this new trick, I don't need to do the Hexblade trick at vendors anymore. There's always been multiple ways to get what you want out of vendors, which is why it's always been a point of frustration for me at Magna Merlin. When basically every update, when they would close one vendor loophole exploit of some kind, people would lose their fucking minds instead of, like, getting some familiarity with the system at a baseline level. Because gold is infinite in this game as soon as you're off the Nautiloid. In multiple ways. It's just the degree of how patient are you determines how infinite and how quickly. But it's never been an issue, and there's always multiple ways of doing it. Just give concussions to a child. Yeah, there's a few NPCs in the game. Here you go. There's a few NPCs in the game that drop their money when they're killed or knocked out. One of them is Mole. Mole's a child with 6 HP who never enters combat, so it's a little unscrupulous, but if you want infinite money, as soon as you have access to the Emerald Grove, get access to Mole's hideout, go there, open up trade menu, spend all of your money buying everything you can from her to increase her money, then knock her out, take the whole stack of money, long rest, repeat, infinite money. Mostly is a load-bearing word. I got your load-bearing right here. Haha. Only trick I was aware of is attacking Mole to get Marks to show up to get the hand fight. Nope, that's a thing you can do too. But Mole is on the list of vendors that drop money on knockout. Glomp here is another one. So one of the biggest reasons to spare Minthara instead of killing her is actually so that this guy exists. There we go, got the money. And because he's just unconscious, he will wake up when we reach and travel come back.
How much further can I go?
So basically every time his inventory refreshes, we are going to knock him out again after buying anything we want from him. In one of your streams, I saw you have Dark Lady's buff from Act 2 and Act 3. How's it possible? Some mod? Nope. So, in the interlude camp between Act 2 and 3, right before the Gith monks ambush you, Exile explained briefly, but I'll go into more detail. If you use Feign Death before clicking Long Rest, the game will fade to black, and then fade back in, and you'll still be asleep from Feign Death. You want to then wait for that to elapse, so wait until your character is controllable again, and then you click the long rest button again. What this will cause is you'll get the dialogue of the narrator asking you what your plans are, and then the monks start to attack the camp. But then before initiative is rolled, you'll get the cutscene of your character, like, being asleep. In their full armor. And then you'll get out of bed, and the monks will be attacking you. But it'll be daytime. That's important. You then do the Astral Prism segment as normal, and then when you get out, you will still have access to your Act 2 waypoints. You then fast travel back to Act 2. The way you get to Act 3 from there is by clicking the Leave Camp button in camp, but it effectively gives you another go-through of most things in Act 2. And if you did not get the Dark Lady's buffs the first time through Act 2, if you specifically did not open that room, you are able to get in and get them, and then go to Act 3 without long resting, so you keep them.
More for me.
Is this the guy you get the returning pike from? No. Thanks, you're welcome. End up deciding a name for it? Yeah, we just call it Act 2.5.
A dragon. Gods preserve me. All right then. Can't slow down.
All right, time to skulk about. Have to keep going.
Never wanted the easy path.
Put up Mage Hand, or Scratch, or Shovel, or Familiar here. So I'm gonna leave some XP on the table by not killing the fists assigned for this cutscene. But minus 120 XP by me being lazy. It's fine.
I'm exhausted.
We triggered this cutscene. Now boss is here.
Facing that lot.
I'll go back to Last Light. Arcane Archer is so busted. It's really good. So for Hunter Ranger, though, they're kind of trying to do different things. But yeah, if you asked me to quantify, like, you know, context-less, gun to my head, choose best the way I don't like assigning anything's best, it'd be between Hunter and Eldritch Knight for overall strongest classes in Baldur's Gate 3. Honorable mention to Arcane Trickster. But it's between Hunter and EK. Not gonna lie, never considered using non-lethal other than for Raphael in Act 1. There's a lot of NPCs that you will want to show up somewhere later. Like, we knocked out Elika there to get her XP, and we still want the Githyanki to kill her in the Crush, because we want to use Speak with Dead on her there to get some XP for the Blood of Lathander quest. So, if we want her XP, but we want her to live, a knockout is the play.
Best be on my way.
We're going to be knocking out Voss as well in a moment here. Sometimes I mess up and he dies, but the plan is to knock him out. Always giggle when people say hunters or rangers are bad. The uninformed have interesting opinions. Gave me advice on a hunter like a month ago, and I was starring as a world machine with Rapat, respected a Hordebreaker. How can I make it even better? Spec back into Hordebreaker, and take a Hexblade dip.
Let's get in and out.
I should get Callous Glow for this. I'm being very lazy. Alright, I do want to make sure he doesn't die, so... Grasping Arrow probably off the table. Enfeebling would make sense. How's your con? Pretty good. Should switch to Psychic Res. I have Slashing, I have Psychic Res. Makes the most sense for me to try to ability drain your strength here.
Hope this ends well. Another step forward.
Forgot to Fire Shield. I don't think I want to Action Surge for that. Why is Hordebreaker better than Whirlwind? It's not better, necessarily. There's different applications. Hordebreaker as a combat opener can do some very cool stuff. Like, for example, if you start the fight with Hordebreaker and a Bloodlust Elixir, then you still have your Hordebreaker follow-up from the turn before the combat started, and that's free actions. You can just click that, and then you could still do whatever you want with your follow-up attacks. So having access to both, and there's other things like that, but having access to both is good. Now, sure, you could give up Hordebreaker. If you plan on doing a Whirlwind attack, you could give up Hordebreaker and go with Colossus Lair for some extra damage every attack out of combat, or once per turn in combat. You could go Giant Killer for some really crazy good action economy. But there's no wrong answer there. What's the strat to get into proper fight with Voss? Only known him just run away when combat starts. So, the sequence I did of triggering the cutscene, region traveling to Act 2, and then coming back, that removes the trigger for him to leave and removes his invulnerability. This also requires you never going to the Mountain Pass, because as soon as you go to the Mountain Pass, they despawn. So this is why you always see me go to Act 2 through Grimforge.
Something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There's a Jake right here, yeah. I think the main appeal of Gloomstalker is just convenience, quality of life. If you don't know how to get the alternative ways to get its features, quick and easy alternative. Otherwise, there's not much going for it other than being a ranger. Gloomstalker is the training wheels class. It gives you a bunch of stuff that's surface level valuable. That sounds great if you don't know where class features come from. But yeah, as soon as you have a bit of game knowledge, Gloomstalker is worse at literally everything than Hunter. The only thing it has is stuff that you can just get on your Hunter anyway. Like, if you're taking alert on your Hunter, you don't care about the initiative from Gloomstalker a lot of the time. If you're playing... If you have Dark Vision, you don't care about getting the superior Dark Vision from Gloomstalker. If you're valuing movement speed effectively, you don't care about that. If you're staying stocked up on consumables, you don't care about bonus action hide. Like, it doesn't do anything that you can't already do, and then it also lacks the things that the other subclasses get. So, Gloomstalker gets slaughtered and damage output by every other ranger subclass. Yes, even Swarmkeeper. All of them. And then it also gets slaughtered in utility by all of them. It loses in out-of-combat damage to all of them. It loses on turn 1 damage to all of them except Swarmkeeper. Beastmaster, Hunter, both do a lot more turn 1 damage than Gloomstalker does. Hunter has more action economy. It's just a training wheels class.
Keep going. Bet that will fit in my pack.
So Voss is the most individually accurate thing in the entire game. Like, even with me having ability drain his strength down a little bit from his +5 modifier to +4, he still has +14 on these attacks here. It's not even on a max roll of his Elixir of Heroism. That's also with reeling. So if he had max rolled here, +15. If I hadn't drained his strength, +16, +18. So you would need 39 AC and critical hit immunity for Voss to be guaranteed to miss you. He is the most individually accurate thing in the entire game. I say individually because enemy war clerics can go higher. So that means, and he has improved extra attack, so he attacks 3 times. So the most efficient way of knocking him out is just to have him hit me until he's unconscious. And the dragon enter combat. It doesn't have combat AI, but we will be killing it in a moment here. Be back later. Sounds good, Smelly. You pet the dragon? I could call it petting. Gonna use the slate here in camp. Lae'zel removes the check and does it for us. It's 90 XP. While we're here, we're going to grab Connor. Was a trick to make Voss stay again. Trigger the cutscene that spawns him in. Fast travel to Act 2. Fast travel back. why we got fire res. Gotta find a spot where we're safe. So this can do up to 84 damage. Just gotta find an angle where we're good, and then keep attacking from there. We're good here. So we're going to shoot Cadenos here until he's out of heals. It's possible to kill the dragon. We're doing it right now. Change elixirs, I suppose. Big lady. Do is generous. Yeah, it'll take a bit longer than that. Need to be sure that he's out of heals. He's not yet. So we're going to shoot him until he stops healing. And then we're going to use Connor for something. Now sometimes it takes him a while. I'm not actually sure what motivates him to continue or stop healing. But we're just going to shoot him until numbers stop going up. Probably fine now. Hey Lazarus, thank you for the 6 months.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
This Medicatrix.
Nope, he's not out of heals yet. Too early. Up for someone else. Let's see. There you go, Hua, courtesy of Lazarus. Sprung down, nice. Thank you, you're very welcome.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. This Medicatrix.
Clementine! Ran out of duration on the Cloud of Daggers. Sad. I used that cloud kill. Okay, so the plan was to deplete his heals and then have the Cloud of Daggers ticking. Basically, in this situation, Cadenos is not in the turn order with me. So if I were to cast Cloud of Daggers right now, it would be looking for the end of my turn to lose duration. But he would still be taking damage every 6 seconds because he's not in the turn order. But I just missed my window. So we're gonna have to do this the hard way after all. But appears to be out of heals. No, he has more. I'm wondering if the fear from Bow of the Banshee is actually causing an issue here. Switch to this. Sometimes on-hit effects
Can't wait to sleep.
cause problems. Risky ring would speed this up. So then I could maybe actually leave sharpshooter on. But yeah, we have to do this the very slow way. Or I could go track down a cloud kill or Cloud of Daggers and come back. Like, he's not going anywhere as long as I don't go into the mountain pass. Might even stay if I go into the mountain pass. Pass this. Bro's still healing. Another funny thing you can do here is, while fighting Voss, if you're a monk or a rogue, you know, with evasion, you can stand next to the dragon, have Voss, like, try to melee you, and then you just use your attacks, you just attack the dragon, so then it breathes fire on both of you. You have evasion, so you're fine. Voss doesn't. But that's if you're trying to kill him rather than knocking him out. And if you're trying to kill him, pushing him off this cliff here is still the easiest way. Alright, he might be out now. Yeah, he's out now. Wish the coated dragons to be able to walk around. It's pretty annoying that they aren't. Like, dragons are extremely janky in this game. They are quite literally 6 enemies just dressed up to look like one. Possibly 7 enemies, actually. Because there's a proxy for each limb and the head, and then there's the body. They don't move. They just have predetermined locations in their arenas that they can fly to. And I feel like they were painfully aware of how jank their implementation of dragons were, because we only get one proper dragon boss fight, and we get one that the game the entire time is screaming at you to ignore. And then you get this as the third dragon, and this one doesn't have combat AI. But one of the quirks of, one of the reasons why I think they know that dragons are fucked up, aside from the low quantity of them we get, is they made Answer a lightning dragon. That was not an accident, or if it was a very happy one, because chain lightning can fork from a dragon's leg to something else and then back to the dragon. So, if Answer was not lightning immune, every class could just one-shot him with chain lightning. Because the red dragon on the top of the brain is not lightning immune, you can one-shot him with chain lightning. Just wet chain lightning, dead. It gets even sillier if you are a sorcerer with twin spell meta magic. You can then twin the chain lightning from Marco Heshkir, because that one is still twinnable. All chain lightnings used to be twinnable. In a patch, they made it so it's not anymore, but they missed that one. So, sorcerer just twins Marco chain lightning at a wet red dragon and kills it in one action. Kill the dragon, 250 XP. Would a rogue with evasion just be able to fight Cadenus and melee for the kill? Just not worth it? Not really worth it, because it's not faster it's not likely to be faster. You could argue that like dual wielding with high damage floor, like maybe with a Shadow Blade or something, that would end up being pretty fast. Sneak attack set not to ask and stuff. You could, it's just not really worth it necessarily. In my opinion anyway. But yeah, with evasion you could, and good saving throws, you could make it so the breath weapon just doesn't hurt you at all. So your positioning is no longer a bottleneck.
Very well.
Oh, no fun.
You find Mum and Pops? I don't believe you.
Alright, we have Silver Sword. That'll cover our psychic resistance needs for when we're in the crush. Let's head over to Grimforge. Hit the Mimic chest. I was thinking Shadow Blade, but if it's about the same time, then meh. Yeah, like, Risky Ring, Hunter's Mark, Titan String is very quick. Cloud of Daggers, or Cloud Kill in the automated way that I mentioned, you can just set it up. Like, once you drain the heals, you just set it up and then you AFK. That's what I did in my last run. I AFK'd for 5 minutes while Cloud of Daggers just kind of did its thing. The whole Upper City fights, including the Brain fight, are just straight up bad for me. Literally nothing good to say about the very last part of the game. Garbage. I don't feel that strongly about it, but it's like player power is at its absolute peak there, right? So you have a section of the game where there's no mandatory combat encounters, and your player power is cranked up to many times higher than the rest of the game. So, like, there's no challenge to any of it, but it's also just long. Like, go through that courtyard fight, and then tell me that you ever care to do that again. It's not hard, or anything, but it's also not interesting, and it's just, it takes forever for anything to happen. Same with Top of the Brain. But also, if you have any Mind Flayer that is not the Emperor there, they can one-shot anything in the game. Like, they just, there's no challenge. Full Illithid is so powerful. There's no challenge anymore. It's cool to, you know, go through, use your Gather Your Allies summons once. Could a Cloud of Daggers also be good then for getting rid of his heals? It seems to require something active, Merlin. But, I think more science could stand to be done there. Camera cast blur, did it? It fixed? Oh. Okay. As soon as I said that? Alright. Well, thank you. Turned it off and on again, just in case.
This calls for careful footwork.
So, if you open this chest without ever having been in combat with any Mimic in the entire game, instead of getting 35 XP, you get 80.
Moving ahead.
Just how it works. What do I want to use here? We'll go here.
All right, time to skulk.
But why? I don't know.
Breathe deep and move.
Then when did we discover that?
The place the Dark Justiciars let
I think
him in.
Zenmu made me aware of that like
But where's the stash?
a month ago, something like that. 2 months.
Must be in one of these chests. Softer than a whisper.
You can Roaring Thunder these while they're still objects. There's no saving throw, and you still get the XP.
Just out of view.
That one was just me getting lucky.
Should get started.
And if you hit them with bludgeoning while they are still chests, then the damage carries over. They're vulnerable to bludgeoning while they're chests, so. Hey, Leaky. We could fight Spooter Mommy. Could kind of go for a long rest. Should I just long rest? Is there any reason why I wouldn't be long resting right now? No, let's do it. Yeah, forgot to fix her up. That's fine. Anyone got anything to say? No? Cool. Hey, we're Blackthorn. There it goes. It's going well. Having a lot of fun today. It's pretty chill. We hit level 9.
I have something to ask.
I don't.
The build be building.
The girl must learn. Fear not.
If there.
Probably won't get much use out of Shadow Blade, but it's certainly nice to have. Let's go Drake throw Thunder on Bow of the Banshee here. Gives me a few options with a few things.
Can't give up now.
What do I actually want to run here? I guess, let's be silly, let's do Viciousness. So we crit on 19, 18, 17, 16. Do 2 Kings Knives stack? Yes. Withers has boobs? Yeah, always has. I don't know why people always try to gaslight me into thinking withers didn't have massive calcium cannons. Just strange shared delusion, you know?
Try me.
Hey, Snow, thank you for the 58 moths. I will raise them as my own. Implying Withers has not always been packing a set of bouncing bone boulders. That's a good one, Leaky.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Time to press ahead. Don't want to draw any attention.
Hell.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. You go back.
58 mods.
I don't think I need that. Gazongas. I forgot to get poison rest. Do I care? Not really.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. Maybe I need more pockets.
Let's go back to Glomp. Ghoulish Gazongas, Undead Udders, Haunted Headlights. Yeah. Yeah, I like all of these.
Something's on my mind.
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds and ends?
So we did lose some attitude with Glomp by not disguising when we knocked him out, but it's alright. He'll get over it.
Price.
All right, time to skulk about. If not over, then through.
Thinking about what I'm gonna fight next. Do Gauntlet of Char stuff. think Arcane Acuity makes more sense right now. Yeah, carry weight is an issue. There we go. I've never seen this goblin before. He only exists in routes where you either assist Minthara in raiding the Grove, or where you spare Minthara's life when not raiding the Grove. Or when you just walk to Act 2 without doing anything. And he's especially useful, because he is one of the vendors that drops his money on death or knockout. But he's also a like a miscellaneous vendor. He sells scrolls, elixirs. I don't think he carries arrows, but I'm not actually sure off the top of my head. He's also a chill guy. I do actually feel bad about giving him concussions. But not that bad.
Minthara, whoever you are, leave. I shall carry out General Thorm's will alone.
Alone.
What is that
I really want
supposed to mean?
Arabella's Shadow Entangle to not be shit.
With a flick of the wrist.
I gotta cope my way into that one.
An open tomb. Empty. Not ominous in the slightest.
Nothing.
I like to wait to go here until level 9 because there is a exploration spot, a tier 1, upon entering the gauntlet. And I have Leviatar's Scourge for necrotic resistance before then. So, sorry. Is the tab character right? Yes. I almost never play Dirge. If I'm playing Dirge, usually I'm doing it for some sort of Slayer form reason.
Abandoned.
Shah's warriors must not be caught. Must welcome, child.
Is that
follow my voice?
Step carefully. There's a trap.
I think I'd rather be on Bloodlust for gauntlet fights, for being honest. So bad at keeping track of my Moon Lantern. I should really recruit Gale just to go make the Shadow Lantern, just so I have a backup lantern. Because I know I have the broken one from Dolly, but enemies can pick that one up. And I don't want to lose that one. Any particular class build you need to run Slayer with? No, Slayer is very flexible, in terms of when it gets value, because it scales off of character level rather than, like, you don't need to, and this wasn't always true, they patched this over time, you don't need to pick up extra attack for Slayer to have its version of extra attack. That said, there are some things that are really good to keep in mind when you're building for the Slayer. Playing classes that get, like, Long Strider, for example. A big thing for transformation builds as a whole, whether that's Slayer, whether that's Displacer Beast, whether that's Wild Shapes, is movement speed is very, very important. Extra bonus action from Thief is really nice. Minus crit from Champion is really nice. Fighters and Rogues getting more feats than everyone is also good. Being a caster that learns freedom of movement is pretty good if you're fighting things that can paralyze you. Yeah, I have a pinned post in Discord with some thoughts of mine and things to keep in mind. You can optimize your stat spread so that your Slayer form can have 30 strength. Yes, 30, 3-0. And that's pretty nice. What other class things are nice? You can use consumables, so things like Elixirs of Universal Resistance help you stay in Slayer form for longer. Carrying around a lot of spike bulbs is really good, because the Slayer goes crazy against things that are bleeding. Pre-popping things like Psionic Overload, getting lightning charges, getting Force Conduit stacks, using Fire Shield, Armor of Agathis, things like that before transforming. Action Surge can be very good. There's a lot of things you can do with Slayer, and Slayer form is extremely powerful because of it. And, like, that's not even mentioning its damage output. Like, your basic attack can do, like, 70 damage. And you have improved extra attack, so you just click, 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 click. You auto-crit things that are prone, so... you have a chance to passively just apply vulnerability to all damage when you're hitting things as well. With Slay, at least. Think of trying an Arcane Ward character with Slayer, don't know if it carries over. It does. It does. Abjuration Wizard is a very good Slayer. Just think about it. You get Long Strider, like I mentioned earlier. You get that crazy damage reduction. And a few cool things with Arcane Ward. If you get... basically, there's a lot of conditions that once you get them, if you don't have any of your ward, you get restored to your baseline for the day. So a fun thing you can do in Slayer builds is pick up Leviatar's Love. If you ever end up in a situation where you get knocked down to basking in Leviatar's Love range while you don't have any Arcane Ward stacks, the application of basking in Leviatar's Love will give you back your wizard level in Arcane Ward. And there's no limit to this. So if you then heal out of that range, but then get knocked back into that range when you don't have ward anymore, it'll happen again. So it's really nice. You just get emergency, give me ward now. Do Slayer skills still depend on charisma? It's not necessarily charisma. Slayer skills go off of your spellcasting stat, which is often charisma, but it's whatever it is between charisma, wisdom, intelligence. It is not always charisma. Two levels of Sorcerer, 2 levels of Aberration Wizard. You can just have Infinite Ward if you're into that. Yeah. Again, Rogue is really good for Slayer, particularly Thief, because Thief gives you the extra bonus action, which you can do a lot of different things with. But remember, Rogue gives you Evasion and Uncanny Dodge, which are still available in Slayer form. Guess I'll go here. So we have necrotic resistance now. Too many cool things to try. A lot of things you can do in this game. Yeah, max DR Arcane Ward is almost as tanky as a rogue. It's very good. But you could, of course, just be doing Abjuration multiclass with Rogue and get all the benefits, right?
You upset.
Balthazar will be a little mad at me later, but it's fine. Always been 12 levels EK with Campcasters, see the light now. Campcasting is one of those things that it's objectively extremely powerful, and like, the only reason you wouldn't do it is a self-imposed restriction. But it's one of those things that I did for a playthrough once. This was back before Honor Mode came out, and I was like, alright, too much for me, no thank you. And I stopped doing it, because it can lead to certain lines of thinking, and this isn't me saying this, like, at you at all. It can lead to certain lines of thinking that are like, Like, I've heard people downplay how effective resistances are, and their justification is, well, I'm just camp casting that anyway. But it's like, that doesn't make sense. If it wasn't good, you wouldn't bother camp casting it. So, like, it's so good that you are outsourcing it to another character. Like, it's still good, you're just getting it from a different place. But I personally find it gratifying having to manage my resistances within the context of my build, rather than just having someone in camp doing it for me. Like, camp casting is something that I don't allow for me personally. This is not me policing it in anyone else's game. There's plenty of stuff that I do that other people are like, I don't want to do that. But Baromancy is another one of those things that it's interesting. Like, initially I stopped doing it because I wanted to have to engage with the game more. But it's a bell curve thing, where Baromancy is even less effective than people think it is. Because there's things that are much more trivializing than Baromancy, and there's responses in a lot of boss fights that are more effective than barrels. That a lot of people don't think of because of how used to Baromancy they are. Like, for example, the number of times you've probably seen people fill the entire Raphael boss arena with smoke powder barrels, or you'll see someone say, oh, well, you gotta use the rune powder to blow up the pillars, or they'll bring Globe of Invuln scrolls, all sorts of crazy strats. You've seen all that. Did you know you can just drink a Hill Giant elixir, pick him up, walk out the door, throw him over the railing, and he dies? Like, what are we doing? But you don't think of that when you have, like, the things like Baromancy that people put so much effort into. Okay, well, I'm gonna beat the system like this. It's like, or you could think about it. So I encourage more complex thinking when it comes to problem solving. It lets you play the game in a bunch of different ways. For me, subjectively, it's also more fun. But that's just me. 3 things always camp cast is Warding Bond, Shield of Faith, Protection from Evil, and Good. Okay, so Shield of Faith, you can actually get an NPC to do that for you. No need to camp cast. Protection from Evil and Good, there are also NPCs you can set up to do that on you most of the game as well. And I do both of those things. I just don't have someone in my camp do it, and this kind of puts it in you could argue that it's ultimately the same thing, but for me, it's like, I'm still not using another controllable character for this. In Warding Bond, as I mentioned, I like to manage my resistances elsewhere, but yeah. Another thing is using dialogue to avoid combat. Combat's 90% of the enjoyment for me. You need to put all this knowledge to the test. Some fights are hard in honor mode, that's understandable. Yeah, for some people, the view of avoiding a fight with dialogue is, okay, well, you're still investing to make that happen. You're either getting extremely lucky, or you're investing to improve your odds to a point where it's reasonably likely. And, like, skill checks are a part of the game, too. Remember, skill expertise, for most of the game, is only available to bards, rogues, and knowledge clerics. It's not until Act 3 where, you know, a Lithid expertise comes up for the talkie-talkies, at least. But it's like I suppose you have the actor feat as well. Different ways to solve different problems. I like going through the game and not treating it the same every time. I've gotten so much replay value out of that. Guess this is true. I think things you described to you very detailed knowledge of how the game works. Experiments is easy to understand. I don't think you're wrong there, Hatsushira. I don't think you're wrong at all. I do think that, like, the particular example I chose of throwing Raphael over the railing is extremely simple, and that isn't complex knowledge. That's just, like, the willingness to try things. Because, again, the railing I'm talking about is literally right outside the arena. And remember, another thing people often don't do with Raphael is think to step outside the arena. You're not locked in. And one of the most effective counters to him is literally just as soon as you can, just take the fight outside. Because his pillars don't factor in at all if he's far enough from them. Not only do you get a good choke point to funnel things, but you get them wasting turns, dashing to trying to get to you. And you nullify the pillars just by walking outside. And I don't think walking outside's a complex strat. So, to a degree, I agree with you. You're right. Some of the things that I was referring to that outscale baromancy are complex applications of multiple areas of game knowledge. But sometimes it is just being willing to do things differently. Anyway, let me stop yapping and start fighting. I don't want to take out the portal yet, so I'm not going to go for special arrows. Telling gamers to walk outside is going to be a tough sell. You're not wrong. Pixel where I could hit both of them. Doesn't seem to be one. It's okay. Just do this. The miss is unfortunate, but not unexpected. Throwing Raphael sounds hilarious. You have to aim for a specific spot to still get his armor. Yeah. But there's the widely known strategy of just getting his armor in Act 1, and then you don't have to aim for a specific spot, but you can also just choose a certain spot and throw and still have access to his body. Or if you throw him in the chasm while he's already prone, then his body will, like, be there, and you can telekinesis it out. Did get the poison on you. Thanks, you're welcome. What are some other trivializing things? Trying to think of bosses that I see people use barrels on. Balthazar is another one of those. He doesn't have too much HP, but a big thing with Balthazar is if you stand on, like, elevated terrain, well, first thing with Balthazar, where you fight him affects the difficulty of the fight. Balthazar's fight can happen in 3 different locations, not including, I guess, Waypoint abducting Balthazar elsewhere, or Minor Illusion, you know, but 3 intended locations. Could be in the Mind Flayer colony, which is the hardest one. Could be here in the Gauntlet of Shar, or it could be in the Shadowfell. Now, in the Shadowfell, his ads are a lot weaker. There's a lot more of them, but they're a lot weaker. So, that's easy. You just have to worry about getting knocked into the edge, but you can... off of the edge, rather. But you can mitigate that. The fight in the Gauntlet of Shar is the one I really want to talk about. If you hop up on a ledge, like there's 2 in the corners of the room, no one except Balthazar can even get to you. If you then also drink a poison resistance elixir, not only do you resist the damage from his Ray of Sickness, you are completely immune to his Cloud Kill. That means the most harmful things he can do is click Bone Chill. If you also have Necrotic Resistance, which you can get here in the Gauntlet of Shar, Balthazar can't meaningfully hurt you. So you just sit up there and you pew-pew until he's dead. If you hop up on the ledge, Golem will kill you. If you position badly, yes, the Golem will kill you. Yes. Ask me how I know. Walking out of Raphael's arena probably falls under the that can't be an intended feature thing for most people. Why? It's a door. There's a door that doesn't close. If they didn't want you to get out of the door, they would close it. Like, I cannot justify that way of thinking. That is not something that you can rationalize that way. Like, there are boss fights in this game where they lock you in. That isn't one. The fright from that is so juicy. Wish my Bloodlust elixir would trigger, but oh well. Worse problems to have. Let's get rid of a little carry weight here. There's this huge bot where I explained that line of thinking is flawed. I don't really think you can present an inherently insane premise and then try to mitigate it with a paragraph retroactively rationalizing what's an already insane thing to say. Like, I get it. There's some flawed ways of thinking that people perceive game mechanics through the lens of, but like, no, it's illegitimate to walk out of a door you start the fight next to that isn't locked is batshit. And as a starting point, like, it's a non-starter. I'm sorry. It's not reasonable. Like, and it's an entirely different take than, oh, I just didn't think to leave because boss fight, boss arena. It might not occur to you, but that is an entirely different take than it's not legit. One of those I will humor. One of those I will not. What if the devs just forgot to lock their door? This is the best of this game, why this game's so outstanding. The game doesn't explicitly prevent you from doing it. Larian almost every time got that case covered, at least in the beginning. Now people discover more and more cases where you can circumvent things like the Missy Step thing here. I mean, there's a lot of ways to bypass a lot of things. Between challenge runners and speed runners and glitch hunters, there's all sorts of things where they're like, oops, we didn't realize you could do that. And that's, I feel like game devs are cool with that. They usually take that in stride. So more power to them. But they did cover an absurd number, to your point, they did cover an absurd number of just edge cases. They had a lot of failsafe NPCs and dialogue where you might not see it. My point is that limit testing rules is a fundamental premise of the genre. Yeah, I agree with that, of course. Just let's not start that with the framing that anyone would even reasonably think that walking through an unlocked door isn't legitimate. Because I spend a lot of time trying to get people to stop thinking of things through the lens of this is or isn't legit, because it's incredibly arbitrary and it's a bottomless pit. It's a bottomless and illogical pit that people use to be like, alright, this is game knowledge I didn't know about, that's not legit, so now I feel better. The scramble to label things cheese and such. It's like, I caution against that a lot. Because again, people have called things like using the feature designed to give you invisibility, people have called that cheese. People have called using the inspect button to inspect things and read what they can do cheese. People have called knowing how much AC you need to guarantee avoiding an attack and getting that number cheese. Like, it's stupid. It's stupid. So nobody should be doing it. I almost want a stage fright here. How worried am I about damage output? Not very, I don't think. The inspect being labeled cheese is crazy. Again, it's not rational. A lot of people want to rationalize them not engaging with things and the inadequacy they feel when they see someone doing something they didn't think of, instead of the normal response that those of us here, you guys and me, have when it's like, oh, I didn't think of that. Now I want to try it. Different responses. Different kinds of people. Can I go here? Yeah. Quag's a cheater because I'm dumb. My guess is they're just envy they didn't come to the solution on their own. That's absolutely what it is. There's a conversation that stuck with me that I had with Morgana Evelyn a while ago, where no matter what you do, because she gets this a lot as a big YouTube creator, people who constantly like, oh no, that sucks, you can't do that, no. And she does a lot of like glitch exploit showcases and whatnot. But something that happens a lot with her content is people who come in and say, just, this doesn't count because X, Y, and Z. And it's really always just, there's no challenge run or themed run or anything where you can avoid someone coming in and trying to, like, cry foul and say that the legitimacy of what you're doing is suspect because of a thing that they didn't think of or wouldn't personally do. It's a single-player game. You decide for yourself if Strat X is legit to you. Yeah. one that I see people always bring up is condition locking. So my stance on condition locking is it's way too broken for me to want to do it. So I just don't do it. Super easy. Like, I'm not policing other people doing it. It's that easy. It's a thing I'm aware of. I've deemed it too powerful to do in any of my content, so I don't. What about using developer area like some content creators do, legit or not? I mean, you need certain pieces of game knowledge and certain tech to get in there. So I kind of file it under everything else. If you know how to do it, and there's some sort of mechanical involvement to do so, then, like, why would that be any less legitimate? It's not like you can just hit the, okay, go to dev room button. It requires setup, requires you having learned how to do that. And it's an option, like everything else. What is condition locking? Never heard that term before. Basically, there's conditions that apply to you in a certain way. I'll use Tippler's Rage from Punch Drunk Bastard as a good example. You're intended to have for either a very limited time or while a certain other thing persists. You can essentially make it so you always get the benefit with no duration ticking down. You don't need the relevant gear equipped anymore. You can just lock the condition to you. So that would mean you get the thunder explosions and advantage from Punch Drunk Bastard on every melee attack you do forever without the weapon equipped, for example. That's one of many things you could do with it. And that does mean that you could run around as a unarmed monk, do a flurry of blows, get 2 thunder explosions. And, like, if it sounds silly, it's because it is. It's very strong. You could do all sorts of things you wouldn't normally be able to do with it. And my response to that is, that's cool. I don't think I need that power, so I won't use it. Some people went the other direction. They're like, you know how to do that? You showed yourself doing that? Everything you do is shit, and I'm gonna tell everyone that you're shit. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, gotta be some kind of ego inferiority thing? That's exactly what we've been talking about, yeah. Easy example is the Shade Clinger armor with equipping unequipping, get the status the whole time. So that one, I do like this example. That one is one that I don't have any sort of ruling on. Sometimes I do it in my run, sometimes I don't. And my rationale there is it's because you can do that one accidentally. I have done that one accidentally. Same with the same thing with the Boots of Striding. I have the Boots of Striding effect on right now because I did the Boots of Striding exploit. Because I've done it accidentally so many times that I'm like, whatever. It can happen organically without you knowing it exists. So I'm okay with doing it. Sometimes I decide, hey, I prefer a little bit more challenge in this arena, so I decide not to. It's a moment-to-moment thing. Currently, I have it on. But... And that's just my own individual interpretation of when I feel good using or not using certain pieces of game knowledge. Sometimes I'll have a specific restriction. Just whatever's most fun for me at the time. And it feels like a pretty reasonable way of handling it. Hey Gigi, good morning. How are you? Good and you? I'm having a good day.
Something good here, I hope.
That sounds more like a burn the witch she knows how to read situation. I didn't pull the inspect feature is cheese comment out of my butt. Let me put it that way. Another one that really stuck with me is back when I was doing a practice run for my no-hit challenge. I was practicing orange strategies, and a first-time chatter came in to complain that they didn't view throwing Orin in a chasm as legitimate. First-time chatter.
Nothing of value comes easy.
And they were very aggressive about it. Like, okay, so Larian didn't give this boss immunity to being chasmed. I'm doing a no-hit run where I'm trying not to take damage, and there's multiple ways of doing it, but with my tools as they were, I decided that avoiding the combat, throwing her before combat started, would be the play. And I was going for that, with backup plans in the pipeline. Spoiler alert for the live run, I had to adapt because I was holding my P and not thinking, so I jumped into the fight without being invisible. So I had to reset the combat, which meant Orin had her unstoppable stacks, which meant I couldn't throw her. So I had to adapt a solution on the fly. And I did, but I was holding my P and not thinking. No, it's true. You can all my VODs are on YouTube. Like, I was literally, I had to pee and was just not thinking. I was like, all right, let me get this done. And I forgot to go invisible. Just fully, with my entire Quagussy, just jumped into the arena, completely unprepared.
Can't risk being in open view.
Oh, I should actually... Let's get my resources back. Yeah, the solution I ended up going with was I threw Purple Worm Toxin from stealth, and made Orin walk through Purple Worm puddles until she didn't have Unstoppable, and then I threw her. That was a last-minute adaptation that I had to make.
Don't mind if I do.
But Sharpshooter is so good. Fucking hate you, Sharpshooter.
At the ready.
Did I leave my lantern somewhere? No, have it. So the first VOD for this run, just checking in. Bye. Later, David. Thanks for streaking. Never use Sharpshooter. I know it can be good, I just can't be bothered. Yeah, I almost never take it. This run, I'm taking it because there's situations where I want to miss, so I don't really get penalized that much, but I'm not playing it to that at the moment. So it just kind of feels like shit.
Might be useful.
Here, let's play into it so I feel less like shit. Not with a fire arrow though. Let's use ice. Well, that was the one I didn't want you to go at, but sure. +1 arcane shot. What kind of situations do I want to miss? This specific build. Curving shot will create a new projectile at the cost of my bonus action when I miss. So if I miss with an AoE arrow, well, I'm just getting more AoE. Being Sharpshooter feels bad in a way Great Weapon Master doesn't, even though it's the same -5. I don't know why, maybe just strength scaling on melee. Great Weapon Master's secondary effect is far better than Sharpshooter's secondary effect. So in situations where you have to turn the feet off, GWM is still doing a lot more than Sharpshooter for your build. Additionally, it's easier to mitigate accuracy loss in melee for a lot of setups than it is for range. Not all setups, but for a lot. Okay. Probably actually want cold on Banshee for Snowburst. I always forget that Ring of Spiteful Thunder's description is lying. This word where it says thunder damage, it doesn't need to be thunder damage. We need to do any damage to a reverberating target. But sometimes I forget. I'm like, oh, I need thunder, so that's why I did Dre Throw Thunder.
What can silence the night song?
Be wary. This place is trapped.
DJ Halfplate is one of the most individually valuable armors in the entire game. It's medium armor with 16 base AC. Gives advantage on con saves. The stealth advantage is like whatever. Gives you a use of Shield of Faith that you can self-target, but it also has the other effect. The blue version doesn't have this listed. The purple version does, but the effect is still present on the blue one, where while you are under the effect of Shield of Faith, you also gain 2 damage reduction. That's really fucking good. So, medium armor with 2 DR. Same AC as Adamantine Splint if you include your Dex mod. Extremely good.
Anything of use?
Went back and played a bunch of old games, never played like BG1, 2, then tried to do some Challenger again. Nice, sounds fun, Biffs. That be your Shield of Faith? Nope. Could be any Shield of Faith. Could be Priestess Guts Shield of Faith, could be an NPC's Shield of Faith. While you are under the effect of Shield of Faith is what it's looking for. It makes you look like a filthy Sharon, but it's drippy as hell. Sharon's got a lot wrong, but their chest plates are fucking fire. It's like how Catholics got that aesthetic down. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, in terms of gear, like, they got a, for Sharon's, what, they got a buggy scimitar and a meh pair of boots. That's it. Those are the only L's for Sharon gear. Every single other item is just kind of fucked up.
Free for the taking. Can't keep me out.
TJ hat's gonna be great. Yeah, minus crit option. Probably see some play. I do remember having to wear my Sharon shield when I went to Catholic school. It sounds right to me. I don't think I need to fact check this at all.
Something good here, I hope.
We're just thinking about stretched aesthetic. Stretch this. Is it Laffy Taffy? Are you laughing yet? Chew on it, you might start laughing. What am I even talking about, man? Am I okay? I'm ordering lunch. The shield is okay, it's bonus action hide and a can. Bonus action hide and a darkness cloud. It's got its uses. I don't use it often, but it is at least an item with unique use cases. Yeah, let's go into the mountain pass now, I think. That's gonna be bring a free action. Amulet of the Unworthy. Guess I'll haste home. Spiteful Thunder makes sense. Wanted to do Callous Glow, but Spiteful Thunder still makes a lot of sense. Maybe a Wall of Ice. Something. Excuse me. Apologies. There are a pair of boots that give lightning shards on dash. Yes, Speedy Light Feet. This one right here. Bless you, thank you. Dragonborn helmets are a spectrum. So, put it diplomatically.
Didn't want to draw any attention.
Oh yeah, I forgot to get Shield of Faith. Do I care? Meh. Scanned. Supposed to fork somewhere, but it didn't. Chili Bowl helmet. Is there chili in it already? How spicy? What we got in there? What kind of chili? I need details. I'm thinking it's a very spicy turkey chili. I got some black beans in there. I think there's room for a side of cornbread. That worked out perfectly. Love that. Spicy, that might be why my cloak is melting. Oh. Yeah. Side of it for sure. It's mild spice level. Well, maybe there's both. There's a lot of room in there. So maybe like one side is mild and the other side spicy. There are 2 chilies inside you.
Looks like the Driders' caravan came from here. They won't be needing this place again.
There will be an extremely interesting test case for what developer intent means in several weeks in the context of WoW, not BG3. Oh yeah? Good luck, have fun, don't die. Thanks for the alert, GG. Half and half the divider. There's also half and half in there? Is there an entire grocery store in that helmet?
Let's see what this does.
Solarian asked me anything tomorrow at 3 for the new Divinity game. Do you think they had that planned before all of the pushback on their AI stances, or not? It goes after for sure. That's my take as well. Midnight, next WoW expansion comes with a complete overhaul of the add-on system, how they hook client data. Yeah, I imagine people will be very vocal about their opinions there. Keep the motherfucking cream out of my motherfucking chili. What cream in they chili? Please don't answer yes. I need to believe in something.
Better be cautious.
Surely you can't see me, right? I'm invisible. Love Wall of Ice. It's very fun. Hey, Sunra. Ice leave an AoE when it breaks? Yes. Optimal use case of Wall of Ice is actually often just to cancel the concentration immediately. I opted to see how the Ghast would act, because I'd never actually used this spell here before. So I think I might keep it this way for now. Can I see through there? I can. Down to my bonus action because Curve Shot triggered outside of my turn. It's a little annoying. Spawned on the ice. Oh, I gotta go get Snowburst Ring, and I want to switch to Drake Throat Cold, right? Got things to do. No, my wall. It's actually fine. Wall of Ice is one of my favorite spells. It's extremely, extremely good. You need custom third-party code to kill bosses on release for over a decade now. They've decided they don't want players automating even timers, effect cones, etc. So either bosses are going to get stupid and they're too easy for any meaning way, or stupid and the even fewer people will kill them going forward way. You don't think that they'll implement their own solution for that first party? Or... I mean, that does seem optimistic, doesn't it? I just wanted to click that. They are? Gotcha. Alright, well, that wasn't supposed to hit, but sure. That was the desired outcome.
Something good here, I hope.
Come on.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Step carefully. There's a trap. I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Loves of baneful striking are something that I want.
You know, look over there. Do you see that red
So, the quest for getting the egg is weird. If you persuade her to paying you up front, you cannot get the XP from giving her the owlbear egg, and you have to give her the real egg. I don't know why that's broken in that particular way. But there's a downside to getting her to pay you up front, which is why I sometimes don't try to do that anymore. I haven't made a decision on that yet, but I figured I'd mention it because it's very weird. Freezing Sphere is another great spell. Circle of Death is one of those spells that I think it gets downplayed because a lot of people don't clock where its value is. It's not that it does good damage. It objectively doesn't for its spell level. The AoE is massive. Its damage application is what makes this spell good. Also, it being a necromancy spell means you could do Staff of Cherished Necromancy to force disadvantage on it for basically free. Also means you can spam it if you actually have it in your spellbook. It also means that if you're a necromancy wizard, you heal off of killing with it. It's a good spell, just gotta look beyond the surface level. I could just buy the Graceful Cloth here. Sure, why not?
You'll be well compensated, of course.
Just bring me an egg.
That helmet, it's so stupid. I can't look away. Alright, prepping for fighting Gith. Means we turn into one. We can use Silver Sword.
Might not be the time. That was tough. This can't have been used in a while.
Hey there, Ref. I don't know, the helmet changed shape with Wearer's hat shape. Yeah, they actually work pretty hard to custom change certain items, but the Mask of the Shifter will use a different face depending on your character's race. Which I think is a really nice detail. Alright, my food's here, so I'll be right back. Oh, I have good timing. I just sat back down. Welcome back, Walton's Check. So many shaders and textures for the same gear, too. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I was surprised that they never did, like, an official, implementation of a transmog system. Because you would think they would want to, like, get mileage out of all the models and textures that they worked on, right? I was sure we would get that in a patch at some point, but we never did. I'm one of those people who really likes, you wouldn't know it from a lot of my runs, but one of those people who really likes fashion and RPGs. So I would absolutely be spending entirely too long managing my appearance if transmog was in the game. Do I play Souls games? Have I? Yes. Do I? No. Does that make sense? The back brace just says otherwise. Listen, it's not my fault that you don't understand. If they let me transmog the DJ helmet, I might actually use it. Love a good transmog like Diablo. Yeah, Diablo has it down. Outriders had a good transmog system. Please mansplain fashion to me. Okay, sure. So, you know how some pieces of clothing sometimes have storage compartments on them? Now, I know you wouldn't know this. But, yeah, those are called pockets. I upset myself by saying that, so it's okay. We all took psychic damage. I'm gonna go before someone finds a way to smack people through screens. Yeah. I'll let you know how hard I died, Mark. Not in the game, just from chatters hitting me. You ever played Guild Wars 2? No. The entire player base says the true end game is fashion. We'll call it Fashion Wars 2. Witness fashion chosen game. Doesn't surprise me. Best Souls-like games, another Crab's Reassure. Whoosh. But hi, Chris. I spent entirely too much real-world money on fashion back when I played Star Wars The Old Republic. I spent too much. I mean, at the time, my life was basically, I would work, and then I would do raids in Star Wars, and then I would go back to work. That was just all I did. So I had disposable, and I was like, I may as well. Gotta look good. What'd you get? I got my usual 3 sushi rolls. Salmon, spicy tuna. And I guess the third one kind of rotates, but tempura shrimp roll. Guys, hear me out. We all choose one MMO and make a guild there. We all play together. I do not have the time to invest into playing an MMO. But if enough of you get into a game or something and you want a channel in the Discord to talk about it there, feel free to let me know. Kotor, do raids just for a hat? Yes. That Dreadmaster mask, Peony, you gotta have it. Did I do donuts on the fleet with my Dreadmaster hat and my Dreadmaster wings and my Dreadmaster title? Fucking bet I did. Oh, another Crab's Treasure. Gotcha. Spoof of the Souls game where you play a crab. I feel like there's a lot of crab souls like. Like, isn't there one that's just like crab something? That's just like Dark Souls, but you're a crab? Like, not the one you're talking about, another one. Someone knows what I'm talking about, surely. Oh god, I didn't mean to play MMOs anymore. I probably don't either. Like, even aside from the time thing. I have mellowed out as I've aged. Not competitive enough anymore, which I see as a good thing. You sound crazy. Sorry that was out of pocket. Oh, you used the thing I explained to you. I'm so proud of you. Good job. Chad Daddy's gonna fucking kill me. I had to come out as a girl for SWOTOR because no one else knew a puzzle, so I had to use voice chat. I'm sure that was very traumatic. Back when I was doing Star Wars stuff, there were a couple of women on the couple of raid teams I was on. One of them was like the organizer of the main team. So she like scheduled raid nights and everything. And you know, she led the team. But she had to deal with a lot of stupid shit. Because that fandom, even among, like, it's a Venn diagram of, and this was many years ago now, it's a Venn diagram of, like, the worst people online. You have Star Wars fans, and then you have online gamers, and in the middle, there's just this special breed of, how are you a person that exists? And this was pre-Discord, so. It's probably worse now. You use Skype, TeamSpeak, Mumble, Venturelo. Yeah. Is it worse than the League community? I don't know. Probably not. It's pretty bad. Been an MMO gamer for decades. I think EVE Online is probably my darkest era. I've heard things. Luckily found a decent guild with some other women. That was like 13 years ago. Hey, glad you had that. What was I doing? Oh yeah, this.
Out of view.
Is someone crying?
Please, just give me a moment.
Expected more damage.
Best hope the captain's walls have enough kibble.
Unlucky. Did I miss the bomb? Oh no, I guess bombs aren't targetable by that. Today I learned.
We shall see how well your faith persists.
Especially when Savage Keth uses you as jungling targets practice.
Within the artifact, a feeling stirs.
Why didn't that kill me? I was sure it would.
Curiosity is getting the better.
I wanted to fuck around and find out.
Do not let it. Stay away.
How many times did I hit myself? Only once? Okay.
They're hunting you. They want
Intrusive thought in the worst way.
They'll stop at nothing to take it from you.
I did back Nasotor on and off last year, still Nazi apologist hanging out on the Imperial side. Oh, so that hasn't changed. I played mostly Imperial side, so yeah.
What path lies before me?
Quag, you forgot to mention that SWTOR community currently in an arms race with Twitter for the pinnacle of anti-inclusivity tree. I haven't played SWTOR since 2018, so I'll take your word on that, but that sounds absolutely right to me. It's never been great, but I'm sure it's only gotten worse. Vent, that was a jam. Sometimes I miss Lord of the Rings Online and that Eberron D&D MMO, but I don't think I'll ever miss WoW. Played it from the original beta through Lich King. Had a wife leave me for another player. That somehow wasn't the worst part. I wasn't expecting that to go there. Like, you know, I read the first bit, I was like, oh, game stuff. And then that last sentence, like, oh, shit. I'm sorry, man. Like, fucking hell. It's things like that that remind me that the way a lot of people perceive, like, connection in this phase of the internet, some of the stuff that people see as new has been happening for a long time.
Softer than a whisper.
Prime spot for an ambush.
Sharpshooter, I need you to stop fucking me. Well, Sharpshooter didn't fuck me that time. The only thing fucking you is sharpshooter? Oh no. You're right, buddy. They never hit me. Update, they have hit me. Look at that. Eagles? Yeah, I'll deal with the Eagles.
If not over, then through. Always room for more.
What sound could we replace with a G sound when pronouncing things here to just frustrate people? Like, I know we already did GIF to GIF.
Can't keep me out.
You know, equals to Eagles is the same thing, but like, what's one that doesn't make sense that we could do? Like, change like an R sound or an A sound or something to a G sound. Like, I want it to be upsetting. Jail. Alright, that's still the G sound one, but that's still funny. Lay gel. Thank you for allowing gay, whoever added that. Happy Pride. Every month's Pride Month. Jado Heart. Minjara. Club G and D. Gahira. Now I need a mod that gives Shadowheart an epic jawline. There's a handsome Shadowheart mod. Go mental inhibition here. Jake, what are you doing? It's never a good sign when you can see the back half of your cat, but not the front. And he's in a location that he normally isn't. Yes, you. Hello. Want a dumper mod for Shadowheart? What do you mean? If that thing gets any bigger, it's gonna have its own gravitational pull. Some would say it already does. Dwarf ass does have its own gravitational pull, that's true. Actually, every object, no matter its size, has its own gravitational pull. Nerd! Look at this nerd! Good thing there's no other nerds here in this Twitch chat for this video game. Imagine being a nerd, chat. Cringe. Get their ass. Can I get the rest of them? Hi, Jesse. Call all the nerds you want. It won't save you. We should start making your dad jokes instead of your mom. Nah, I'm gonna make it even stranger. Your roommate jokes. Because that's provocative, right? Because if someone doesn't have a roommate, they'll be like, hey, I don't have a roommate. Be like, then who? See, you make them think. What if I had two dads? Don't backtalk or you're getting a third one. My favorite, I'm gonna bang your parent joke has been that I'm going to bang both of the person's parents, split up their relationship, and ensure that their life is hell in both family homes. So, don't test me. What I just come back to? Business as usual, really. Dazed is so good, yeah. It's just Sam to me. You already make so many comments regarding him. Your dad's pant legs are so high we can't tell the cargo shorts from the cargo pants. Yeah. Tell him, Chris. I'm gonna break up your parents so hard they're gonna fight in court over who gets stuck with you. Oh, that's just sad. If only there was some kind of bat dedicated to deal with these Eagles. It's a shame that there isn't. We got Baneful Strike going. Perfect shot. It's a shame Psionic Overload doesn't go on this, but nature of the beast. If it did, then it wouldn't go on Rat Bat, so. Enjoy your luck, Jesse. I just... It's so particular.
calls for careful footwork. Have to keep going.
Just crit, I guess. If you curving shot a darkness arrow, do you get 2 darkness clouds? Yeah. I think I'm gonna back away from my beat every legendary rule for my run. Quag, what do you think, since Karnus is already out? Yeah, like, if Karnus is already out, then, like, obviously you could make an exception, be like, hey, the game scammed me out of this one. You could make the argument that you resolved the conflict, you got what you needed from him anyway, so, like... But I think your run's restrictive enough, and the point you were making during your stream yesterday about, like, hey, this is a showcase of how, even without optimizing, like, you can make anything work with some effort. I think that the run is still a good showcase of that. Either way. Birds walking is nature's best physical comedy. Pretty good. I don't feel like doing Rothe Dimension stuff, so I think I'm going to just claim the Crush interior spot. I'm level 9. Like, I'm not that far off of 10, but I don't feel like going into the Rothe Dimension right now. Beating Merkle today? No, sir. It's been 5 hours already. If I was starting the stream at this point, then yeah, but no.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Oh, it's on.
How much further can I go?
I hear you're very excited for an Act 3, just the usual suspects. I mean, Marco Rhapsody is on the table here, so I guess that, but that's pretty usual. I could do Cold Snap near Misser, if I really want to. A pretty standard Archer gear is the plan currently. Nothing crazy.
Ugh, blood. The filth of these people.
Don't use the disguise hat enough, clearly. It's one of those things that's objectively too powerful to exist, and that has led to some people restricting it out of their runs. I don't, just because while I acknowledge that it's way, way too fucking powerful, and not everyone has access to it, I just, like, a lot of stuff that I use it for, it's just saving me a couple minutes of doing it the other way I know how to do it. So I allow myself to be lazy. But Mask of the Shifter is too powerful. It should not exist in the state that it does. It should at least have like a short rest cooldown or something. maybe make it like heavy armor, so you have to have proficiency with heavy armor to be able to use it. I don't know. Like, something. It should not be as good as it is.
Back so soon?
I'll take smoke powder arrows. It's a lot of money, but defender flail's really good. We want that.
Watch.
Personal self-restriction is that I use disguise only from the spell, not from the item. Sensible. To be honest, I didn't think that it gave you racial benefits until you said that you do that on your stream and talk about why you did it. Like, you don't need to be Gith, but can benefit from all of your by turn into one. Doesn't make sense in my brain immediately. It's for that reason, among others, that Githyanki are a lot less, like, desirable as a player race than they're often believed to be. Like, some people, for some reason, seem to believe that Gith have, like, the NPC Gith things, like the bonus psychic damage. You don't. You don't. The thing that makes Githyanki good is you get medium armor proficiency, and you aren't short. That's it, really. The spells you get, you get 1 Mage Hand, 1 Misty Step, 1 Enhanced Leap. The Mage Hand's nice, but the Misty Step and Enhanced Leap are functionally nothing because those are already very easy to access in infinite supply at level 1. Astral Knowledge is, like, fine, but if you already know which skills to target proficiency in, it's nothing. And if you can be, let's say, a half-orc disguised as a Githyanki, you're doing massively more damage in melee than a Githyanki is. So, yeah. Gith kinda mid-tier.
I don't need any attention right now. That's a friendly looking shadow. Oh, my hand slipped.
Want to get that more practical uses than Drow? True. Hey, Lazel, Gith or mid? Hey, Eve.
Another step forward.
Classic is TikTok.
I heard they're making us join the patrol soon. The search must be going badly.
Hush, Quanny-Row.
With haste.
I gotta change my boots. What did it say miss there? And he did a dodge animation, but it definitely hit him. that one.
Better than nothing.
Time to skulk about.
And excited.
Don't mind if I do.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
Curving shots my specialty, if you know what I mean. No, could you elaborate? I've never heard a joke. Except for my biography. Haha.
Now this will hurt. Time for some bloody work. Moving ahead.
Hey Teddy, how are you? So, because we knocked out Elika, instead of killing her, she still makes it here. Not allowing us to speak with dead. 30 XP.
The corpse regards you.
Decided to powerful relic beneath
The spell.
Took the day off work to drive my husband to Indianapolis. I hope it was a tolerable drive. "45 minutes, just good excuse to use a PTO day." Nice. And thanks for streaking.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Only a taste of the mercy a gate could show you.
It's a waste of wall of ice, but I want to do it anyway.
Already addled your brain. Is that it?
We'll cut him with Baneful Strike over there. Now he's frightened. drop him into the icy cloud. Can't see me. Maintain the frighten.
No time for mercy. Light on my feet.
I didn't get the XP. I guess the icy cloud doesn't XP. Sad. So you using it in Act 3 where that's not an issue. Sometimes it does give XP. I wonder why it didn't. Oh well. It's only a little.
What's inside?
Do I go for Zathis with only 3 inspos? Could hire Fuzzlelump to use some of the Sage books, but meh. My dual wielder, not familiar enough with it, so that I can dual wield things that aren't normally dual wieldable. Like anyone can do this, but dual wielder lets me do things like this. Yeah, I didn't update the build command yet. Nightbot is asleep again. Yeah, I don't know. Nightbot's been pretty shit today.
Just out.
So yeah, dual wielder is to use combinations of weapons together that I normally wouldn't be able to. And that is valuable. Can you explain the Zathis to me? I haven't used it in a hot minute, can't remember for the life of me. I do the Zathis where you pass all the checks. So, you either have to pass 3 saving throws, or you need to pass 1 very high Arcana check. With Lae'zel in there. Either of those results in you gaining the ability to use your tadpole powers on a bonus action instead of an action.
So Githyanki sleep in beds too?
If you fail, you get brain damage, which only goes away if you use a tadpole. But basically, you just want good mental saving throws.
Brimming with magic. Take it.
Should mind my step.
Possible. I already have brain damage. Well, you'll get more. But wait, there's more. Not taking every preparation I could, but doing more things than I normally do. Where did I send... brain damage and -5 Sharkers for heat metal. I kind of would prefer just brain damage plus monk debuff, you know? Because that gets you real low already. Though I suppose that's wisdom exclusive. But yeah, your option works too. We go there. This slot doesn't matter.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Vis medicatrix.
You feel your parasites. Your body grows cold. Layers of magic. You realize your skull groans and bends under the pressure.
Did that for the +1 from the Sparks wall.
Through the device, you feel yourself ebbing away, while the parasite only grows stronger.
So basically, you have an int and then a wisdom, and then you have a choice for the third one, depending on your classes.
No more.
So you can choose Constitution, or you can choose int. If you are a Wisdom or Charisma caster, you will have an option for Wisdom or Charisma. I generally encourage going int because Warp Headband gets you to that +3 modifier. -1 because I have 8, but then +4, so +3.
The room.
Incredible. Your parasite is even stronger now.
I think brain damage goes away if you get half a with it. It sucks.
The Gustiel tampered with it. Now.
Alright, I'm having that conversation with Lae'zel so she doesn't force a long rest when we try to leave this map. There's 2 potential forced long rests here in the Mountain Pass. So that's one of them dealt with. So Voss thought you could only get this sword in 3rd act. I mean, Voss has it in Act 1, it's just getting it from Voss is very difficult. Conventionally. But there's a bunch of ways to get it. There's a few different ways to try to disarm him, some are more consistent than others. What I did was I broke the trigger for him actually leaving, and I knocked him out and took it off his unconscious body. So I fought him for it. Which I feel is fair, because Voss is a worthy adversary. Watch the VOD so I can do it too. Yeah, how long ago was this? Maybe around 2 hours ago? Hour and a half, something like that. It's before I came to the Mountain Pass.
Take it. It might be useful.
Thanks, you're welcome. The other way that I like to do it, if I'm not gonna fight Voss for it, is you get a level 5 Beastmaster Ranger, and you summon the Bear Companion. The bear has an ability called Honeyed Paws. It's an attack roll, but if it hits, it is a guaranteed disarm. So you just send an invisible bear that you like gave a strength elixir and blessed. You send it to hit Voss with Honeyed Paws, and with Hill Giant Strength, Bless, and Advantage from Invisibility, it's a 91% hit rate for a level 5 bear. If you wait till level 6, you could potentially give it a Cloud Giant, which will boost it a little more. But that's one of the most consistent ways to get the sword from boss, because, again, you just have to hit.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Real ball knowledge. I played too much. At exactly 3 hours of being live. Thank you. My reader is frightened. They can't see me in the darkness. Most Githyanki are unwilling to run into darkness. Youths are. But a lot of others are not.
Time to press ahead.
That's what was in there. Those little.
It's been a long day.
By respect, do I lose Bliss Spores? Got Shield of Faith. You lose Shield of Faith, yes. I don't think you lose Bliss Spores. I'm shaky on that one, but I know you definitely do lose Shield of Faith. Love how you make these fights look so easy when a death happens so quickly in the crush if not prepared properly. It's a lot of preparation, like wearing Ring of Free Action, Amulet of the Unworthy, Silver Sword of the Astral Plane, and Adamantine Splint. Like, those items allow me to play extremely aggressively here. Because in 2 of the fights we've done here thus far, there were enemies with Hold Person. They couldn't do it because of this. They all deal psychic damage, so the Silver Sword's giving me resistance to that. All of the ones using swords use slashing damage, so this is giving me resistance to that. And then this is giving me 2 DR and critical hit immunity. So, like, that defensive framework is something you can put on, like, every run. Even if you don't have heavy armor proficiency, then, like, replace with any other DR option you have, whether it's Dark Justiciar Halfblade, whether it's Adamantine Scale, like, something. Amulet of the Unworthy's big brain, I don't use it enough. It is almost always a good option against Githyanki. There's a couple edge scenarios where, like, Gith archers will sometimes decide to punch you instead of shooting you if you have Unworthy on. And you have Bludgeoning Vuln, so you'll actually take damage, but less than you would from a full damage arrow.
Open up.
Always have it on for Crush in Moonrise Prison. Yeah, Moonrise Prison too. You've got the Paladins with halberds, and you've got the Torturers with Clouds of Daggers. And nobody there uses bludgeoning against you. Well, I guess maybe if one of the Adepts hits you with a quarterstaff, but they're generally unwilling to do that.
Time for some bloody work.
You can destroy that door. It's another encounter where you want old person immunity.
This calls for careful footwork. I just want a little look.
Fussy Crunch.
Don't want to draw any attention. We have here. If everyone else minds their business, we'll be fine.
Yep. Yeah, there is. Piercing arrow is not an attack roll, so she can't parry that. We did get the Frighten, that's good. Speed pot. Declare the Darkness arrow. She's frightened and blinded, so she shouldn't be able to really do anything. You're frightened, you'll have to dash to get to me. Just kill you. There an advantage of the Gloves of Baneful Striking over Gloves of Power, other than not requiring the wearer to be branded? Yes, they're different effects. And Gloves of Baneful Striking apply theirs guaranteed, there's no saving throw. And that effect does stack with Bane. So if you have Bane from another source, like let's say you're shooting Herald, or using the Baneful, or you are using Oil of Bane, well that stacks with Baneful Striking. Astral Prism, Monk gets or Danger, that's true. Yeah, you don't want to use Unworthy there. But they're not immune to Gravity. Gravity's one mean mother, huh? Don't need that anymore. We'll use an action to switch to this. Should have done Psionic Overload there, but that's okay. fell on the ice. It was a little hard to tell.
What do I have to lose?
Alright, there we go.
But she wasn't the one pulling the strings here.
Neat. Alright, Kithrak Theris in here is actually the hardest fight in this entire map, so we're chilling. Don't want to fight Wargaz yet. I don't think I'm ready to piss off Jira yet. Don't want to go in the hatchery. We can save that exploration spot. And drop my disguise for now. Really like Derivation Cloak Broodmothers as a combo. We can do without Baneful Striking for a little bit. Big DJ fight makes sense for the next one. I maybe want to be a little tankier. Maybe we do DJ Half-Plate Grimskull Helm for advantage on Con. So that'll be +6 an advantage. And we do protection from missiles. Taking that exploration to level 9 is pretty freeing, not gonna lie. Not having to cow around, yeah. Update, I got the diet. I don't know what you're talking about. Like a soda? Your little soda pop? Shark can hold that. I think Fowler Shriek might be in the cards for Big DJ fight. I like the idea of that, at least. Thought about doing Expeditious Retreat, Speedy Light Feet, but Storm and Glamour makes sense still. Though I do want to go for Snowburst with Drake Throat Cold. Okay, I know how I'll do this. You hold that for now. Do I have enough money to buy Sentinel Shield still? It'd be expensive. But yeah. I want to get Sentinel Shield so I can pass the perception check to get Snowburst Ring. And then I want to come back here, put Dragthroat Cold on Bow of the Banshee. Then we'll go get Shield of Faith from Priestess Gut. Then we'll go do big DJ fight.
Breathe deep and move.
Is there another like +2 to squeeze saving throws I can speak that I can squeeze out somewhere? I could be on like heroism instead of bloodlust, but stop moaning. Stop moaning.
You seek arms. I seek a warrior worthy to
Shit's so expensive when you don't have attitude with him. Ugh.
Brothers.
Grimskull helmet's so big in the Dragonborn, yeah. Like, you can't just tell a woman to stop moaning.
Very well.
Oh. Which is worse? Saying to stop or saying to start?
Ever at your service.
Depends on the context.
And on.
So many ways that could go depending on context. Yeah. Yeah.
You seek arms.
Yeah.
I seek a warrior worthy to bear them.
I have arms, Lan, but thank you. He's a thoughtful guy. Hold off on buying Slicing Short Sword because that was all my money.
Good.
Is Assassin Short Sword any good? Yes. So a little quirk of the game is any stealth check you roll to stay out of combat, as in attacking someone from hiding and, you know, rolling stealth, they're always rolled at disadvantage. You cannot have advantage on it. You can get advantage to roll it neutrally, but the best you will ever be able to do is rolling it neutrally. So, Assassin Short Sword is an easy to equip option to cancel out that disadvantage if you're doing like a stealth archer kind of build and don't want to equip the Graceful Cloth or aren't far enough in the game for the Resonant Stone. So for that specifically, Assassin Short Sword is pretty good. So
What's in here?
technically correct, the best kind. Yep.
Welcome back, true soul.
So weird not hearing Lantar say slaughter. Well, yeah, I didn't roll good. He doesn't like me. It's nobody's fault.
Come.
Come. How come such a rarely talked about item? It's in a weird location where a lot of people don't know it exists. And then also, the stealth skill, a lot of people aren't really sure what it does. Like, I've seen people think that stealth helps them with getting surprise rounds. I've seen people think that stealth helps them with staying invisible. Not for greater invisibility, for regular invisibility. I've seen some people think that stealth helps with stealing items. It's a sphere of interactions that I find people engage with very little. But the big thing is a lot of players don't know that item exists because it's in a weird location. Could bribe myself into his graces. I could, but it's not the same, man.
Jahira wants to know about supplies. Will we make it home?
Burning through our oil, but it should just about do.
Just got back what item? Assassin's short sword, Kisame.
We shouldn't hang around too long, though. If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
Sell enough to tally to be able to afford these. Bought that. Well, I kind of want it, may as well.
Yeah? Heapside narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Sorry, it's annoying. Beat Act 1.
There must be some.
What can I get you?
Pleasure. Don't be shy. Have a gander.
Yes? I'm sure you would. Now.
What was I here for? Oh, yes. Snowburst ring. Right.
Premium trinkets and doodads.
This is how I find out that, yeah, I did in fact forget to save Murkon. I keep forgetting. I could at least go kill the Harpies. Avenge him. But I've been forgetting to do that too. Let it never be said that I'm inconsistent. Or was it incontinent? I don't... They mean the same thing, right?
Best bargains, right?
I think actually what I do is the offhand defender flail, main hand Valar. So I have none of my crit reduction stuff right now. But I like this setup. So I have 2 global damage reduction with an additional 1 physical. Just need to go get Shield of Faith now to actually have that damage reduction. Then we'll do a big DJ fight. I will have to roll to get Balthazar to calm the fuck down. Because he's going to be mad at me for aggroing his guys.
Very well.
It's only 3 inspo, so I'm like mildly worried about that. We'll see. I thought about doing Big Boy's Shutoy in one of these hands. Maybe that's a better choice than Fowler, actually. Because that'll be damage that I can just keep on for 10 turns instead of for 3. A lot less damage than Fowler, but sustain matters. These are all things I want, but most certainly cannot afford. Fine for now. Hey, JD.
Better wait till a hubbub's
Seems like a
died
good
down.
moment to talk.
Out of curiosity, do you ever do any polymorph strats? Anything fun come of that? Offensively, very sporadically. Like, you can polymorph someone to make them light enough for you to throw them. Kind of like reduce with extra steps. I guess you could polymorph someone if you wanted to sort of soft CC them as well. Self-polymorphing is a thing we've used as a replacement for dolly morphing sometimes. If you have 2 characters, you can combine polymorph and dominate beast to do some interesting things. That used to be how we recruited Minthara outside of Evil Route. But currently, use of that with a hireling is how people get certain NPCs as permanent followers. That's all I can think of right now for polymorph stuff. I guess I could have gone 10 int instead of 10 res, but this has helped my vendor prices. I haven't been doing as much stealing as I thought I would. That maybe changes soon. All my arcane shots back. Polymorph Dominate Beast, never would have thought of that. Yeah, the issue is it's almost impossible to do that solo. Technically speaking, you could, in a roundabout way, equip the polymorph, or not the polymorph, excuse me, the Dominate Beast ring from the lower city to a summon and have them concentrate on that while you do the polymorph, but by the time you can do that, there's not really any reason to do so anymore. Oh my god, shots? Wait. Alright, we're gonna equip Cinder Snap gloves so we can use protection from missiles, and then while that cast is active, we're gonna switch back to Poisoner's gloves. Cats and dogs, wild magic surge. Yeah, I guess that's an option too, if you wanted to do the dominate beast thing. Speaking of wild magic, I gotta keep testing wild magic barb stuff. I wanted my next run to be a druid thing, but I've really been derailing myself with wild magic barb stuff.
Anything you want to say? And
Do I have any jump potion? Shouldn't use that here, but I'm going to.
My creations are my pride and joy. I shall kill you for attacking them.
Inspo it is. On a DC 10. So Balthazar got mad for me doing his boys dirty, and here I am. Want to see me do it again? Anything meaningful I can do on my bonus action here? Not really. Actually this. Extra half turn of distant poison. Alright, so because I put on Cinder Snap reflexes, the archers have disadvantage attacking me, and if they do manage to hit me, damage is cut in half. So divided by 2 and minus 3. Worry about the melee guys then. Dazed. I think Arcane Acuity would be nice here, but work with what I got. Sharpshooter on here. How'd that get you? Alright, sure.
Shall consume you. Corpse thee.
Very big lady. Don't want to risk stopping the Crusader from spawning, so I'm gonna hold my fire over there. Yeah, that was a max roll that was reduced to 4 damage. Love to see it. Yeah, protection from missiles is after reduction. We take those. Bye. Yeah, I'll search here. Crit missing to crit hit is so hot, yeah. You okay? They line up nicely, they did. And there's the Crusader. Perfect. That's the sauce right there. Random question, would using a worm open up a new skill during combat cost an action? You can't use worms during combat. See? Thank you, you're welcome. Good damage. Oh, another crit miss. Okay, so this one. That follow-up crit missed. I'm trying to figure out why that sometimes happens. Because normally crit miss turns into crit hit. That time crit miss turned into crit miss, and I'm not sure why. Needs more science. Still, good ice coverage there. Reverb application. I'm not mad about it. The ice damage crit? No, not in that instance. Can you curving shot a slaying arrow into a target that's not supposed to be targetable by it? Unsure. Worth looking into. That'd be pretty big if you could. Love seeing that 0 damage. Alright, it's my last turn of Cinder Snap reflexes, so I should reduce the number of archers. Get an arcane shot back off of that. So there's still 3 soul hunters. They'll be top priority because my spell is now gone. Or will be. I don't have raspberry. Huh. My view. Perfect. So I'm wondering... I would have expected that to crit. No, I still got a good outcome. Again, can't really complain about that. Hi, Jake. What does the Jake need? Straight up Jake in it. See this? Alright, we bloodlusted off of that and got the speed potion action. You're frightened, prone, dazed, reverberating, poisoned. Is Snipepod alive? Can I edit this yet? There we go. Level 9, not 8, but everything else about the command's up to date. Me when I'm too drunk? I don't know, workshop. Let's go here. See that? Yeah, consistently it's not been behaving the way it is supposed to here, but it's alright. Big electrified water surface is pretty good. You're frightened back there. You're pretty light. It's the furniture or the doorway that's in the way here? It's a doorway. My enlarge is gonna wear off now. It should be. Any tips for solo on or Eldritch Knight Ethel fight? Throw void bulbs to get rid of the clones. Have hold person immunity. Don't cast spells. You're a fighter. Don't think you need to cast spells like just because they're there. You're a fighter. Have poison resistance. Have hold person immunity. Get void bulbs, spike bulbs, alchemist fires, throw at the clones, that way you can guarantee damage them without having to land attack rolls or anything. Wear your crit immunity. Tips, thanks, you're welcome. My last arcane shot. Make sure there's no archers. Gotta be lethargic here. Do I care? Would I rather this was ice? No. Let's go here. Oh, well, it's ice. Hooray. Yeah, level 6 vendors sell elixirs of guileful movement. Even before that point, you have the option of going to Grimforge, and all of the oozes there, including the one that's already dead, drop the materials for crafting a guileful movement elixir. You get enough mats for 1. If you have a transmutation wizard, you can attempt to double craft and get 2. So at all points, you do have the ability to render yourself immune to hold person. What's current equipment? You could use the overlay if you want to see current equipment. Get some stage fright value. I've insulted you even getting frightened there, but that's fine. Dazed, you have no reactions. So you'll have disadvantage on saving them this. Rolled a 15 through disadvantage. Yeah, that'll do it. Bad order. I should have healed first. Nice dash.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Huh. Now that that's depleted, maybe we do go for Falar Shriek somewhere. I have no arcane shots at the moment, but I do want to get the value. Should have left one so I can try to fish for refund with bursting.
I'm done.
That's okay. Take it easier, wellness check. Thank you for hanging around. Hope you have a good rest of your day.
What's hiding here? Something's on my mind.
We're gonna buy Balthazar's speed pot from him.
I take it the breaking of my skeletons was an accident. The living are so clumsy after all.
I want the Divine Bone Shard too. So we will sell him color spray scrolls. You want to revivify too? Sure. There you go. What else can I sell him that I don't care if he has?
But you're here now, while you, an infinitely more humble soul, that I will remain here and do not.
Selling rune powder? I don't think I want to do that. Not for my safety, more for his, because I feel like he would use it in a way where he dies, and I don't want him to die when we fight. He doesn't get to die till the second time we fight. Switch back to this. Acuity makes sense here for Snowburst. Let's go with that because I don't know what the Hoarding American's gonna have. What's Yerg? Means I'll need a short rest potion. But I have no money. Money, please. I really have no money. Right. Might be time to start stealing from Barkus soon. Moonrise had some trouble loading in there. I don't really feel like I need Defender Flail right now. Debating on whether I'm going to go with that for your gear.
The Absolute calls us all to her design.
Strange Ox step on a Lego yet? Not yet. That's something I can do too.
Pray with me while we wait. Yes, you did.
Ever at your service. And all.
Like, I could sell enough to her to get Chain Lightning and opt out of the Yergler that way.
Arms. I seek a warrior worthy to bear them.
It's like a fair amount of effort. I might need to do Sentinel Shield here. With Ice Storm. Guess I'll Titan String here. Cloud Giant. Sure the kill. Have a look at the Far Realms. Do I have Fiend Slaying? I do.
The Absolute calls us all to her design. You'll find.
I don't have Amulet of Branding yet. I guess I could go kill Jira real quick. This will give me the opportunity to Drake Throat this weapon. Wanted to buy more stuff from her, but Amulet of Branding to ensure the clean Yergear kill more valuable right now.
Don't waste a step.
Try to steal from her because I'm here.
I'd heard this play fine, but your paraphernalia had better be pristine.
Double check that I got everything I care about. Lorethian's Wrath's pretty good, but I don't feel like managing money more. Daredevil Gloves I always like having, even though they're not really compatible with this run. I don't need Vital Conduit. We'll take that, though. And that, why not?
On your way.
I'm a Lorethian's Wrath and Jar. It's a very good weapon. Did not get it. Make sure I have reaction on. You're supposed to go prone, Jero. Look how good Sharpshooter is. I have no reason not to piss off a Wargaz now, but that still can wait for after the Yergler. Now we switch back to this. I want to do cold. I mean, thunder is probably optimal for this particular case, but I'll just do cold. So I can still do snowburst stuff. Alright, now. We're gonna go here, here. The DJ gloves that are actually next to your gear would be good, but let's go gloves of archery. We'll go Harper's here in case I need the shield. Free action is in case the Hoarding American has a hold person or hold monster. I'm not going to be checking. I don't actually need my arcane shots for this upcoming fight. I'm debating sitting on the short rest potion. So I have my special arrows. Piercing would be good for cleanup, but how many targets do I have? 4? I should get my arcane shots. Let the record show that I acknowledge that I should get them. Am I going to? No. But I should.
Can't risk being in open view. Softer than a whisper.
There's something out there. I can feel it.
I think we try to fit in a brace here too. Do I have an enlarged scroll to concentrate on, perhaps? No, I sold my magic weapon. Oh, I do have one. Okay. Alright, let's do it.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Forgot to brace, but I can do that next turn. It's fine. Oh, wrong amulet. I can use an action for that, it's fine. I have action search. Almost one-shot him twice over. Good for you. A beast slaying. Bought one of those, right? I did. Pretty good. Are supposed to be missing your shots. I can miss on the rest of them, if you like. For guaranteed damage. Burrow made her for 2 instances on the shriek. Flipped on the ice. Oh, and Shriek mattered. Oh, that's crazy. Really thought he got it, but Shriek, my goat. Will that even... No, it won't. Unfortunate, but not really unexpected. Good old Shriek. We'll allow the lethargic turn. Crazy hit. High DC shield bash. I was trying to miss there, but okay.
an Orthon to a place like
Stylish
this?
fish.
We'll never find out now.
Maybe shouldn't have gone back on Bloodlust right away, because I'll probably have to change for Lerthendor. Is what it is. Let's go back to Poisoners and Broodmother. The more I watch, the more I realize I don't understand nothing of the game. I mean, that's a good attitude to have. Like, the people who are confident they know everything are the ones who don't know shit, right? I have spent many thousands of hours of playing this game, just counting my own experience here, trying to do it differently and figure out how as many things as possible will work. And I've tried to surround myself with a bunch of other people who think the same. So, a lot of this is, you know, combined knowledge from many, many, many hours of playing the game. And that's how you pick things up, right? Whether you guys are picking things up from me or I'm picking things up from you. Both happen. Wrong gloves equipped. Hey, Seven. Everyone's good. Just finished year gear. How you doing? Happy New Year. Globe. Nice. Never picked anything from you. I don't know why you hate that very cool discovery so much. It's cool.
Let's have a look.
How many bloodlusts do I have? No, I have 3 spare. Yeah, I'll switch. I guess I should have kept the Cloud Giant on long enough to use Titan String on the soft step trial. That's fine. Doing good, having to go at a run restart and Act 3 level 1, it's fun. I've done that. Very enjoyable. Like it a lot. Did I ever play DOS 2? A little bit. If yes, who's better? I mean, I like this game a lot more. Let's put it this way. I didn't finish a playthrough of that game, and I have 6,416 hours in this game. That's just me, though. There's plenty of people here in the chat who've played both and who have a love for both. It doesn't have to be a question of better. You can play and enjoy both. They're different things, different games trying to do different things. Just for me, after playing BG3 and then trying to play DOS 2, too many things felt like weird half steps backwards from BG3 for me to be able to latch on. Sometimes it takes a lot for a game to hold my attention. 6,000 hours, it's hardcore. I think this game's pretty okay. You know, it's... I've played worse.
Path lies before me.
I might consider leaving a positive review. Maybe. So the Peerless Focus is in case I get pulled into combat here. One of the rat types here puts you to sleep when it dies near you. And instead of risking failing a saving throw versus that, I would rather be immune. The thing I hate most on Reddit is when you say how many hours you spent on a playthrough, they think you're karma farming. It's because nobody does anything, I shouldn't say nobody, but many people who spend a lot of time on that platform do absolutely nothing they do in good faith. There's a couple people, some of whom frequent the community here, who do actually go over there and make informational posts that do a lot of good in a space where there's a lot of garbage. So shout out to people like Remus. But your average Redditor is not there to share information, they're not there to have a meaningful dialogue, they're there to make themselves feel good to the expense of everything else. So sometimes that means just blatantly making shit up. Sometimes that means lying on the internet. Sometimes that means just shitting on someone else's post for often no reason at all.
Can't risk being in open view.
Like, I remember, this was over a year ago now, but there was a really good post detailing how a lot of the NPCs in Act 2, with a focus on Last Light, kind of work, and like why their features are the way they are, which ones seem to be copy-paste, which ones seem to be unfinished, which ones have extra lines of code blocking them from using extra attack, bugs, thoughts on why things worked out. Like, it was very comprehensive. It was a very good post, high-quality post, a lot of data there, very insightful, very interesting. And, of course, the takeaway in the comments was misinterpreting several of the things said and people going, like, Ranger bad. Like, alright. Alright, cool. Sure.
What's in here?
$2,000. Working about these guys, I guess. Let's go Absolute Protector. Poison Res Elixir. Resist the Ray of Sickness, immune to Cloud Kill. Poison damage won't do me any good here, so we'll go with Harper's in case I need to do an emergency shield. Painful Striking. Make Banshee land more consistently. I should honestly go with this. Nope, wrong flail. This one.
A good one, not the one with the money.
And, well, in it.
Gotta get my arcane shots back. Bloodlust was so young, yeah. I guess I could concentrate on something. Peg? Yeah, I have 5 of them. Sure.
This calls for careful footwork.
Your actions.
Bit of an interesting response there. Too dark. Okay, there we go. Damn it, game. Sonic Overload is tempting. I won't. Instead, I'll just do this. Patch 8 gave Balthazar shield, which I think was very well placed, actually. It's a good change. I don't know why they did it, but I like it. He's a mutant friend. Okay. Not weak enough. Let's try to conserve resources at least a little bit. Balthazar's attacking from low ground with disadvantage. He still almost hit me there. Yeah, if he'd rolled one higher, he would have hit me. If I was really going all in an AC tanking, I would have couple different pieces on, but more of a hybrid. I hate giving up that many gear slots on AC. It feels bad, so I don't do it. Do I have more constructs laying?
Fall by my hand. Here goes nothing.
If you are using this spot, make sure you are all the way tucked in. There is a spot where if Flesh is here, he can attack you if you're not all the way back in the corner. And I did lose a run that way. Not that long ago. Did that move you up here? Did I just get you stuck in the wall? Before that goes off, I want to see. Okay. Yeah, why not? Everybody was Kung Ghoul fighting? Yeah. How fast were they?
Can't slow down.
You know what? Action surge to dash feels like a meme, but... Cylinder Mountain King. We got... Our Arcane Acuity hat doesn't actually look horrible in Dragonborn. We got Self-Same Trial, Faith Leap Trial, Soft Step Trial. 2 of those are worth XP. He Who Was, Marcus, Boulette. Did I ever kill Philro? I feel like I did. Wargaz. I feel like there's some fight of significance that I'm forgetting. Oh, because I'll keep forgetting about him. Let's go kill Gandrel real quick. Which is the ledge you said is dangerous to get on for Battlestar fight? The one I was on. It's safe as long as you make sure to wedge back in the corner. Like, they can melee attack you if you're on the edge, and they can even opportunity attack you if they get in melee range while you're on the edge, and it's your turn and you're trying to back away. Either the one I was on or the equivalent ledge on the other side of the room. Both of those work, but both of those have the same issue. Put on gloves with missile snaring for Gandrel. Let's go Brood Mothers. I'm gonna reach travel anyway. Cantrell's bow is pretty good, especially on clerics.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Still in Bewald. Someone really decided how I want to handle that. We could kill some druids. Danger is if you're not far back enough, yes. Well, wall would be half of the XP to the level from here. Do I take a temporary Warlock dip to pick up Minor Illusion and then drop it and go back to Pure Fighter? It'd be simpler for me to just do that once I hit level 10, honestly. Have I done the fuck hut? I don't think I've done the fuck hut.
Don't want to draw any attention. Let's get in and out.
First step is the hardest.
Get out! Out!
Wanted to miss, but it's fine.
I'll rip you apart!
Don't walk in on a bugbear and an ogre.
Yeah, I guess there's harpies, but XP yield's kind of low for what I'm trying to run around and do right now. There's a few more harpers I could deal with. Let's, store Damon. Check, make sure the Gauntlet Ashar is devoid of rats. Then we could do Strange Ox. Then deal with Harpers. Later, Bizarro Weed. Thanks for stopping in.
What's up for discussion?
Need anything?
Definitely use more of those.
I'll be here.
May the gods take you first.
Marcus, I like to hold off on that until done like everything else I care to in Last Light. Just in case. Making sure there's no rats to kill my vendors.
Making me antsy. Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jaheira to come up with one.
I don't.
Light.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Dennis, can you fucking not?
Out of mind. You've made a grave mistake.
I don't think I'll ever look at an ox quite the same.
Alright, Last Light's now allied. Do I happen to have a telekinesis scroll? Make this a lot easier. Nope. Does Tally have one?
If you're all
Destroyed
right
the
by
ox.
Jaheira, you're all right by me.
I feel like you can tell when something has killed me before with the level of violence of how I deal with it. Strange Ox has killed me before. No telekinesis, damn. The messy way it is.
Graven Guard's still alive, you reckon?
He better be. We'll have a dead man walking.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Bedtime, good night, Sora. Excuse me.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
You have to long rest enough for will romance stuff to happen.
Jaheira wants to know about supplies. Will we make
Do that eventually. I don't like long resting.
Just about. We shouldn't hang around too long, though.
Yeah, the VA on some of these screens is pretty entertaining. Did I leave one of the Koatoa? Huh, I forgot one. Go over and deal with that.
Let's have a
Bull's still moving. Oh yeah. Got a couple of them. These two are pretty synced up in their pattern. Maybe I should just fight them. Do that. Too many romances locked behind long rests. What are ones that aren't? Just Minthara? I mean, yeah, technically Minthara if you don't raid the Grove. Isn't that the only one? We're still Boulette. It's pretty easy on the setup. I'm never eager to fight the Boulette, though. Lae'zel, that requires long rest. That requires multiple long rests. 3, even. If you want to get her good romance ending. And that's 3, assuming you skipped the boss one. And the Zathis one for her personal storyline. Because you need the initial romance one, then you need the duel, and then you need the one in Act 3 where she asks you to stay. With Karlach, it's minimum 2. The reason why that third one's important for Lae'zel is because if you don't do that, then she just breaks it off with you. I don't think all of the other romances work that way, but maybe some of them do. With Karlach, you need either 2 or 3. Shadowheart, you need...
Best bargains right here.
only 1. Like, that's not including the Act 3 one, but it's only 1. Alcin, you need 1. Will, you need 1 to 2. Gale, you need 2 to 3. Need 0 for me.
Shouldn't hang around too long, though.
I have a question. Why don't I take the Volo ideal just because he disappears as a vendor? The ideal worth for seeing invis? No, it's not. I mean, when playing in party, see that sometimes could be bad. It seems to dispel invisibility on your party members. So it can dispel invisibility on nearby neutral entities. So that could be Jaheira while she's wild-shaped if you're fighting Marcus, and that could lock her in a situation where she just uses her action every turn to re-invis. Depending on what patch you're on. I don't think she can actually do that current patch, but in the past that's been an issue. If you're playing Arcane Trickster, it'll just reveal your own mage hand. If you're playing Get Yankee, it'll just reveal your own mage hand. Also, See Invis is not a unique effect, like, from the eye. If you want the effect, you can just use a scroll. Also, the Volo Eye is mutually exclusive with the Hag Eye, and the Hag Eye is better. Yeah, Shovel as well. So there's actually no reason to get the Volo Eye unless you are about to go to Act 3 and you didn't take the Hag Eye, and you don't ever plan on using any invisible allies. Otherwise, it's actually just bad. Yeah, See Invis is a 2nd level spell, which means it's available from vendors at level 1. You can always get a scroll. There's a piece of gear that gives you a cast of See Invis that even lasts after you unequip the gear in Act 3. Thanks for the answer. No problem.
Premium trinkets and doodles.
Yeah, for those who may not know, the Hag Eye from Ethel is actually good. Now, it does carry downsides. Disadvantage on perception checks can matter sometimes if you're not super familiar with how to game the system on perception checks. And disadvantage on attack rolls against hags is problematic for some runs. But it just means disadvantage in Ethel's 2 boss fights, really. But the upsides are +1 intimidation, and if you tell Ethel that that wasn't the deal when she fails to extract the tadpole, she will also give you a one-time use consumable called Auntie Ethel's Charm, and what that does is it gives you every version of the Enhance ability spell active at once, no concentration, until long rest. Now, the Constitution one's a little buggy, that'll only last as long as you have the temp HP from that spell, but the other ones will last, so that is advantage on all skill checks for strength, dexterity, and the 3 mental stats. It's also the extra carry weight from Bull's strength until long rest. So particularly in a rest-restricted run, Hag Eye is extremely, extremely worth. And yes, you can even get Hag Eye on Will. It requires Disguise Self, 2 uses of Disguise Self specifically, but you can even get it on Will. So for every run, it's like the better option. The mage thing only happens when you summon it. You can summon it out of range or sight of the person. See invis would be fine. At least last I checked in patch 8. Cool, thank you for the correction. Also, hi Cat, how are you? Yeah, Blind Will is one of my favorite memes. So level 10 Arcane Archer gives us our final selection from the list. And increases our total arcane arrows from 7 to 10. We're gonna take this level eventually. The plan for the build is 11 levels of Fighter, 1 of Hexblade Warlock. Level 11 we're definitely going to be pure class Fighter, but I think for now, I'm gonna multi-class and take the Warlock level. I'm gonna drop it and get it back before we lock into the Act Finale, so that when I level up to level 11, I could just go right into pure class Fighter. But for now, we'll go this way. Hellish Rebuke, Hex, I think is my go-to. I don't need Hellish Rebuke if I use a Tiefling Elixir. Weird thing about the Elixir of Tiefling Vice, it says you could only use each of the spells from it once per long rest, so once until long rest, so that's Thaumaturgy, Flame Blade, Burning Hands, and Hellish Rebuke. But interestingly, with Hellish Rebuke, as long as you have spellcasting of your own, like as long as you have spell slots, you just get the ability to use Hellish Rebuke at the cost of a spell slot. So I haven't tried this, but I wonder if using it and then using a spell slot elixir on a non-caster just lets you use multiple Hellish Rebukes. Something I gotta test. But this does mean that just drinking a Tiefling Elixir on, like, an Evocation Wizard means, hey, you have Hellish Rebuke, even though that's only in the spell list of Warlocks and Oathbreaker Paladins. All that to say, I don't think I need to learn that spell. Go Agathis, I guess. Do I want that? I mean, it's really good. More useful than Shield. Sure. No, I specifically want to take Minor Illusion here. Having Booming Blade for elemental infusion purposes makes some sense. I hate not taking Blade Ward, but I'll live. Sad bard noises. Oh, it's on Magical Secrets. Hellish Rebuke is on Magical Secrets. Asterisk disclaimer. Arcane Archer 10. Hexblade 1. Alright, there we go.
If you're all right by Jaheira, you're all right by me.
Like it even more than Spirit Guardians when upcast with Blade Ward. Agathis? Yeah, it's nice. I haven't done a retaliation build in a minute. Well, maybe that's what I do. I have ideas.
take care.
Alright, what was I actually supposed to be doing? Level 10 means we can grab exploration spots. Could go deal with Wargaz, etc. How much energy do I have? A little.
Gods above and devils below. That ox was a bloody shapeshifter. Thanks for handling it.
Do have to test that arrow of slaying question. Like, my instinct tells me no, but it'd be interesting if it worked more favorably than I would think. I don't need a globe, do I?
Ugh. Just when I think I've seen it all, at least it's dead.
I think I'll avoid going to the prism for now, maybe, to assess XP later. We already got Voss's XP, but his Raider will still show up with him. Another 75 if I decide I want that. Oh yeah, I wanted to Bawal, that's the thing that I was forgetting. What do I want elixir-wise here? I'll run Psychic Res, frees up my weapon. I don't actually need to go Gith mode. Don't need that. Let's do Spiteful Thunder, Stormy Clamor, as per usual. Do I have the mats for this? I do.
Softer than a whisper.
Hey, Debbie, thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Welcome, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do RPG challenge runs, mostly Baldur's Gate 3. I'm doing a bit of an oddball Arcane Archer run, where I've kind of put a chunk of my build into good things happening when I miss people. So we really like rolling ones in this build. We also really like rolling high numbers. But Arcane Archer is a really funny subclass if you've not played it. It's pretty cool. Currently, we're a 9 Arcane Archer, 1 Hexblade Warlock. This is subject to change. Once we hit level 11, we're going back to Pure Fighter. Then we'll pick up the Hexblade level again at 12. But overall, it's a weird stuff kind of run. Hope you had an excellent stream. And thank you, as always, for bringing people over. Do I hex this guy? I think I do this.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Nice teleport, guy.
Just out of view.
That's a new one. I've never seen him do that. I was expecting combat to start.
These boots have seen everything.
Did aggro him, though. Fine by me. What do I want here? Oh, we're doing brood mothers. Okay.
What do we have here?
Stream is good. Thank you. Did some Dead by Daylight for the first time in years. Help. I've not played Dead by Daylight since like 2017. I watch it sometimes. It's one of those things I don't enjoy playing, but I do enjoy watching. Tiny bit of BG3 at the end, slaughtering the House of Grief. Love to hear it. How am I doing today? I'm doing well. Doing well. Having a good stream. Sure. Don't really care about you. Bait this.
Have to keep going.
Turn off sharpshooter here. Locking down his movement will be nice. Entangled, dazed. Don't care about you. Let's curse him. Gape. Saved on that, unfortunately. I would so love to be able to get away with this. Just go for it. Nice. Alright, he's got a few conditions on it. A few. Felt I watched a lot and played in a while. Definitely a time. Glad to hear you're doing well. Here to observe as always. I appreciate you. Chat, make sure you follow Debbie. They've been doing a push lately and are very deserving of the support. Oh yeah, I don't have slashing res right now. Maybe I should. Eh. Just crit forehead. Because I don't have slashing res, this is one of those weird instances where I'm more worried about the melee one than the others. Saying I'm worried would be an overstatement, but... my due diligence. Sneak off to grab food, we'll switch to mobile and lyric. I appreciate that. Don't really care about Psychic Rend, having DR plus Psychic Res. sharpshooter can go back on for these two. I don't like sharpshooters still, but at least thematically relevant. Hey, Catastrophic, how's it going? It's going well. It's going well. Yeah, Wargaz is potent or whatever. Big lady. Oh, I have the wrong cloak on too.
Sharp pain, like your eye being carved out.
How'd the rest of your session go? You did a long one, right? Productive, I hope? Having fun with your co-op?
Not exactly a god, but not far off. Your patron recoils, but not before...
You are permitted to look upon me.
We wave politely to Big Lady. The Dragonborn smile is weirdly wholesome. It's just kind of adorable.
You bear that which is ours.
Friend.
There they are. You must accept.
Sure. I'm not going into the prison yet.
No traps, please.
I want to change to Poisoner's Gloves here. And Derivation Cloak. Went very well. It's my first co-op in over a year. We did a good chunk of Act 1. Yeah, session was very long. 10 hours go by quick when I'm playing BG3. Something about BG3 just absolutely deletes the concept of time from my brain while I'm doing it. I mean that mostly positively, but sometimes it's an issue. I'm glad you had a fun session. Wondering what was wrong with my carry weight. It might be having 6 backpacks. Maybe. I haven't done the front door stuff, so we're gonna come back to that side. Yeah, definitely more reason to not go into the prison right now. I'm gonna force myself to walk the long way, even.
What's hiding here? Don't mind if I do.
Alright, now let's head over to the hatchery. Exploration spot plus a fight. Unironically, I'm going to X one of these, but my offhand one specifically. So my main hand attack rolls still go off strength, but I now have the option to drain charisma on my bonus action, and that has a chance to apply X-Blade's Curse.
Gods, it smells awful in here.
How many misty steps do I have? Something resembling enough. Resembling.
There's a trap.
Why are you injured? Must have run through the acid to get here. He's dazed, so he can't use counterspell right now. I could get a spell cast off, but think of any I really care about at the moment. Just that. Bursting and hope we miss. Not miss. That was definitely not a miss. Well, he's frightened, so he can't really do anything. Okay, there's the miss. Am I just gonna farm arrows back off this guy? Kind of wish my accuracy was even worse. It isn't.
Light on my feet.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Do kobolds now? Cat. Jake was totally using Kevin as a pillow. What do you do? He's very cat.
Let's see.
660 XP by saving this tier 3 exploration spot until level 10.
Spilled in holy battle with Samaster, immortalized here.
I really need arcane acuity for this, so let's get fire res from Grimskull.
What do you mean, too drunk? It's not possible.
Just out of view. Best be on my way.
Did not port anywhere. Sad.
Breathe deep and move.
I'm surprised they're missing me. You have pack tactics. What is this? Just rolling really, really poorly. Go. Okay, that should be plus 2 arrows. Did not click fast enough there.
Try me.
Bro just doesn't see me. Okay. Head to the roof next. Take out the final eagle, grab the exploration spot. I do like jumping straight up to the roof from that lip there, but I did once take almost all of my HP and fall damage by jumping up. So ever since then, I'm kind of unwilling to do so unless I have very, very large jump distance. Just for safety, you know how it is.
Softer than a whisper. I just want a little look.
I'm not gonna waste my spell slot here, I don't think. Plus one arrow. Got a lot of conditions there, didn't you?
Don't waste a step.
Alright, Lae'zel shouldn't stop me to talk. Because I didn't go into the prison? Yeah, cool. Let's go around grabbing the rest of the exploration spots. We could fight Tiscan too. I believe Vlaakith is the trigger for that one rather than the prison. Maybe I stay on Psychic Res in case I decide to do that. And I hate having low strength. Yes, 18 strength is low strength. I do not like it.
Moving in. Open up. That should work.
I guess I'll care about fall damage.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Don't waste a step. Here we go again.
Another day, another fight.
I don't need any attention right now.
If not over, then through.
Really riding the line on that carry weight. Skin Burster can go for now.
Something good here, I hope.
I should recruit Gale. I've been forgetting the entirety of the last two streams to go pull that man out of the wall. He's still there. I'm level 10. He's still there. Oh, there are 2 inspos. I'm waiting. What else do I do in this map? Gale's been balling for 4 days.
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds and
Still calling
ends?
me pal at minus 20 attitude. It's commitment to your clientele, sir. Salute you.
Don't want to draw any attention. At the ready.
I have a skull. That was from the body I just looted. Right. What's the reason for Hexblade? Hexblade's Curse. 1-2 punch of get a lot more damage on any build that's doing attack rolls. Additionally, I wanted Minor Illusion for a specific conversation we're going to be doing. Booming Blade's nice for utility if I want to enable Elemental Infusion Ring for like a big arrow or something. Yeah, Hex and Hexblade's Curse. Once we hit level 11, I will restructure my levels, so we'll be dropping the Hexblade level. So that I can get improved extra attack from having pure class fighter levels, but level 12 will be picking it back up again.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Oh yeah, she doesn't have weapons because I took them. I already got her XP because I knocked her out. This is just because I can at this point. She almost died from that. That would have been incredible.
I should speak up.
It'll take a while for us all, of course.
Oh yeah, back to the Hexblade topic, because I feel it's worth expanding on. Hexblade's Curse adds your proficiency bonus to the damage dealt of every instance of damage against the hexed target. It also gives you a -1 crit reduction to that target. So, combined with my 2 King's Knives right now, let's say I also put on Dark Justiciar Helmet. So currently critting on a 17. Hexblade's Curse would make that a 16. Extremely high crit chance is very worth having. But on top of that, because Hexblade's Curse applies to each individual instance, most special arrows are 2 instances of damage. So like Arrows of Slaying, that's 2 instances to the first target. Hexblade's Curse applies to both. Because it goes into the damage type of the thing itself, if I was attacking a target with vulnerability, then I would be getting 16 extra damage out of Hexblade's Curse on that one target. But it also applies to AoEs. So if I hit, let's say, a crowd of 4 people with this Arrow of Fire, and the arrow actually does impact the original target, let's go absolutely nuts. Let's say I also had Crater Flesh Gloves equipped, which add another instance of damage to each crit that you do. So that would be 2 crits on the original target, meaning Hexblade's Curse would apply 4 times. So that's already 16 damage without Vuln to the original target. And for the other 4 people there, each of them would be crit once by the arrow, which would cause Crater's Wounds to also happen. So that would be another 8 damage to each of them. So that'd be 32 damage, and that'd be 48 damage added by Hexblade's Curse, just against 4 little targets there. Once again, no vulnerability with 1 attack. Like, if you were trying to add more damage to a build, as long as you're not losing any features to do so, getting Hexblade's Curse onto a build is massive. There are very few things you can do that increase your damage the way that does with that level of investment. Similarly, the spell Hex is bonus necrotic damage on any attack roll you do against the target. That applies to each individual instance. So I'd be getting it on, both instances of my special arrows. If I did Scorching Ray at that target, 6 Ray Scorching Ray, all 6 would get the Hex. It's, a dice roll, so when I crit, it's 2d6 instead of 1d6. Hex itself is extremely underrated. I see a lot of Hex downplay out there still. Don't do it. Hex is the GOAT. Even before Hexblade reared its head, taking a Warlock dip or just Hex was the final form of damage optimization on a lot of setups.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to
Oh,
camp.
Hex and Hellish Rebuke, but there's other ways to get Rebuke. Hex is very limited. You're talking either be a Warlock, take Magic Initiate Warlock, or take it on Magical Secrets from Bard.
This calls for careful footwork.
Hexblade arrived with Ratbat. Keeping Grimskull Helmet on here for fire resistance against the heat metal from these druids. Hey Mac, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do RPG challenge runs, mostly Baldur's Gate 3. Doing a fun Arcane Archer run, where missing is not such a bad thing. In fact, missing is sometimes more damage than hitting on this run. This has made me rethink the way I might build dual-wielding swords bard moving forward. Hey, I love to hear things like that. Re-examining how to play the game is kind of how I have so many hours in this game.
Violence isn't.
But violence. My violence.
Let's get this over with.
Time to press ahead.
Hey friend, we didn't die, so excellent. Love to hear it. As always, thank you very much for bringing your community over.
Alright, time to skulk around.
I guess I could heal a little bit. Fever's on.
my step.
Do I have poisoner's gloves on? I do. Just being unlucky.
Move with care.
Action.
I guess my favorite part of every honor mode run, returning the grove to murder people for experience. In my defense, the druids are also assholes who have it coming.
It's been a long day.
But, yeah.
I'll need to rest soon.
Right now I'm working for Paladin solo honor mode, finishing my duo Paladin Gloomstalker Assassin duo, just most of the way through Act 3. Very nice.
Time to skulk about.
Should be back on Bloodlust, but... Rapport. Can you not? And Halson doesn't know? I doubt he would care.
Don't want to draw any attention. What path lies before me?
Had thought of using Hexblade's Curse for raw damage output. Seems amazing in builds hit many times like Swords Bard. Yeah. And it applies to any instance of damage attributed to you. You can go pretty crazy with that. If you apply something like a bleed, like from Slicing Short Sword or from a Spike Bolt, it goes on that. If you set someone on fire, it goes on the Burning Ticks. If you apply Purple Worm Toxin, it'll go on each individual tick of this. And remember, this stacks. So if you put this on your weapon, let's say you're a fighter, and you attack someone 6 times in a turn, and they fail the saving throw all 6 times. They'll have 6 individual stacks of this. If you have Hexblade's Curse on them, each of those 6 individual ticks of 1d10 poison damage will get that extra +4, which is a huge percentage increase. You can do Hexblade's Curse on Magic Missile. You can do it on Scorching Ray. You can do it on Spike Growth. When I say any instance of damage attributed to you, I do mean any. And that makes it extremely, extremely good.
Never wanted the easy path. Cursed to put my hands on everything.
I like Wrath and Silver. Do I knock them out? I might even just leave them alone. They're chilling. I feel bad for getting Wrath stuck in a wall last run. He got out, but it didn't look comfy. I don't think I need it, but as a little bit of extra insurance against Harpies, I'm going to turn into a Gith and use Silver Sword of the Astral Plane, making me immune to being charmed. So, if I somehow end up in a situation where they get to start singing, it won't work. They will, in fact, have to try something else. But given Murkon's already dead, I can get a surprise round easily.
I don't need any attention right now. Don't waste a step.
Ooh. Let's turn off Sharpshooter. I healed from the next target dying. That's my action surge. Do we think many target would fork properly there? I kinda don't. I'm leaning no. Waiting for the cursed Act 3 nude resurrected Halsin to come join the ending, but skip the party. Oh, I'm feeding him to Orin this time. He's not escaping. Should have just turned Sharpshooter off. That's what I get for coping. Thanks, little buddy. I have an idea that's, like, extremely morally questionable. Is it optimal to let Murkon die so you can counter him in the Merkle boss fight so you always have a Bloodlust target? Because, like, you could already do that to Aelin, but if she gets stuck in this zone where she can't get up, then... Hear my cat aggressively failing to cover his poop in the background. He's real bad at that. We gotta talk about that, man. Hey, don't come over here. You undoubtedly stink. Yes, you. What are you doing? Murkon, Merkel, checks out. Totally forgot you can get that sword in Act 1. Yeah. I personally chose to fight Voss for it in this run, but you can opt for a disarm as well. Lets you get it a bit earlier. Really, there's an angle. Yeah, I hate having low strength. How about from here? Running around grabbing all the exploration spots. Oh, the ladder. That I left for now. I usually cache them in at level 10. Some runs I'll cache them in slightly earlier, some runs slightly later. But exploration XP scales with character level. So the longer you save it, the more you get. Haven't fought either Spectator yet. Get Cole is still here if I want to print some zombies to round off my XP. Well, let's... 2 inspos. Not worried about Bull, am I? 2 inspos gotta be fine, right? Here's what we'll do. Too many rings with the same icon. I have 2 smuggler's rings because I duplicated one. Go with that. Jake, don't jump on my desk, buddy. You know, if you want to, you can just come over here. You're already up here. He was pawing the air and looking at me like he wanted to come closer. Which means you're actually pretty nice about not interrupting things, except when it comes to jumping on the desk. You really like jumping there. You're a good boy, though. Alright, so there's a few things you can do with these Kuotoa here. The most infamous is you can sacrifice a companion. Yes, hi buddy. You can sacrifice a companion, permanently kill them to get the maximum XP from this area and a buff. But if you do any of the options that instead would get you the weapon, but you do so after having stolen the sickle, or if you're playing a randomizer and the sickle was removed from the guy's pool, whichever, then you can get the maximum XP and the buff without having to sacrifice a companion. Turn around at the last second. I don't have the idle Sylvanas on me right now. Mild error. Workable. Lay down, Jake. There you go. Good boy. I shouldn't really need more prep than this. If I fail the rules now, well, I was never going to succeed them. Fan of the class spread? Yeah, it's pretty daring, isn't it? Never seen that one before. How you doing, Caster?
These beings. You sent.
Roll with advantage.
Shut it, you!
Alright, 830 XP and Boal's Benediction.
These boots have seen everything.
Like to steal his knife angle. It's efficient. Also doesn't require you having a second person to, like, pickpocket it while you're already in the convo. I guess it's theoretically possible for you to send in Scratch to the dialogue, and then, pickpocket it while Scratch is talking. But Scratch has absolutely horrible intelligence. So the checks are pretty awkward. Question out in background commercials. Thought going to Mountain Pass, progress to the Goblin Camp automatically, you should then progress to the Harpies. Are you in Mountain Pass for doing the Harpies? Oh, well, so the thing with progressing the Harpies is that did happen. Chris? Is that right? Correct me. I like getting names right. That did happen. Murkon was dead. Because I didn't do the Harpies before finishing up the Goblin Camp.
Anything of use? More for me. Half this drow's body is crushed. Must have fallen from pretty high up.
I just fully forgot.
Glad that caught my eye. Damn. Some of these mushrooms are illusions.
Thought they despawned? Nope. They're still there. It's just if you haven't dealt with them by that point, then Murkon is dead. Basically, as soon as all the Goblin leaders are dead, the game checks to see if you saved Murkon from the Harpies, and if you didn't, it just kills him. And the Harpies then spawn in properly without doing their whole ambushing thing.
Another illusion. Is anything real down here?
What do we have left? Lathander hallway. Prism. Myconid Colony. Alright, almost all the exploration spots claimed. $13K off. Tuscan? Yeah, we could go that angle. Bloodhell Dusk. Hellas Glow. Do I go Snowburst? Sure. Brood Mothers won't be relevant there. I'll have to go into Gith mode. Derivation will be relevant. Let's do that.
Anything you want to say?
Pronounced same as Chris, short for Chrysalis. Gotcha. Thank you for letting me know. That was a quote from Legion. I only played WoW very briefly, and it was for about 2 months during Legion. 1 to 2 months. Best expansion to this day. Nice.
Have to keep going.
There's another place where Minor Illusion's incredible. As if there are places where it isn't, right?
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Use my Dragonborn Breath weapon to open here. Get a surprise round, action refresh.
I won't make the same mistake.
They're okay, right?
Death won't take me yet. One day I'll catch a break.
Could use the TK from the gloves to finish tossing Harpers. Seems like a fair fight. I mean, they were trying to ambush me. It was self-defense. Guess there's he who was. Haven't fixed Karlach yet.
Always at your side.
So let's see if Damon in his new home in the Gauntlet of Shar can still do it there.
What's on your mind?
Aha!
Same. Hold up. Huh? Who? Hey, soldier. We've got some.
Only one way to find out.
Never triggered this cutscene other places. I mean, it makes sense that you can. It's just kind of funny.
Thank you.
Alright, what's the funniest place to do this? Could you just, like, stand in front of Raphael or something?
I can't believe it.
Just walk Damon over to Yurgir, tell Yurgir to chill out, and then just do this.
So much.
It's the least I could do. Before you go, there's something I need to tell you. That and I won't stop trying to figure out a cure.
Trying to do as much of the pre-Act 2 finale prep as possible, so maybe I can finish Act 2 and 2.5 in the next session. Too bad you can't do it at the Boal Cave, that would be something. You could probably do the first upgrade there. Do it by Lurthendor. Still got Marcus. Do the Headless Karlach glitch in the Boal Cave. I miss OG Headless Karlach. You could just have Headless Karlach as a companion for the entire game. It's as upsetting as you think it is.
Here goes nothing. The bowl contains an ancient.
What am I supposed to do?
I didn't feel like doing the rest of the prep. It's Titan String, I don't need to.
How much further can I go?
Back to Banshee.
The first trial completed. The first sign.
Seems simple enough.
Universe. I do.
Another bowl. There.
Not gonna make the mistake of doing this without Ring of Reaction on. again anytime soon. Once was enough. Maybe should have put on Sentinel Shield here. Oh well. Coward? Yep. That's correct.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Mr. Floyd Pinkerton says Arcane Archer plus Warlock. Currently, yes. The Warlock level's on again, off again. It's here for now. It'll leave at level 11. It'll come back at level 12. But yes.
Here we go.
Most fighter builds, damage optimization-wise, end up being 11-1 with Warlock. Most. Not all, but most.
Another bowl.
What am I supposed to do?
Didn't get any arrows of transposition. Weird. A lot of folks say Arcane Archer is underwhelming, like a worse Battlemaster. Anyone who calls Arcane Archer a worse Battlemaster is using disingenuous framing or has not looked at class features. Battlemaster does exactly 2 things better than Arcane Archer and loses in every other area. Which do you prefer? Battlemaster is the weakest fighter subclass. So I think that answers that question. How to build Battlemaster as an archer? You take Sharpshooter at level 4 and you use all of your superiority dyad precision attack to offset that. That is what Battlemaster is good at if you are not clicking riposte. It is able to
Hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
most easily justify early Sharpshooter. But it's still worse at being an archer. Hey, Ken Smollett, good to see you. How are you? It's still worse at being an archer than all of the other subclasses. Reason being, Arcane Archer can make Makeshift Bow, which is already a really good bow, magical as a passive thing. It gets a Curving Shot, which allows you to do a lot of creative and powerful things with arrows. You have literally double the resources of Battlemaster, and you have more unique tools. Like, Battlemaster gets Tripping Attack, cool. Everyone with Reverb Boots can do that. Everyone with Ice Arrows can do that. Gets Pushing Attack, cool. Titan String can already do that. Disarm, actually cool. I won't take that away from Battlemaster, but, like, you can't do Enfeebling Arrow, and Feeble is kind of fucked up. Feeble divides the damage of strength-based attack rolls at a different point in the formula than resistance. So if, let's say someone's attacking you for, let's say Grim is punching you for 50 damage, right? But you have Blade Ward, so that's 25. Let's say you're also wearing the Adamantine Splint, so then that's going to shave off 2. Then Feeble is going to kick in and divide by 2 and round the damage down. So you go from 50 damage taken to 11 damage taken total by using Blade Ward, Feeble, and Adamantine Splint. So, like, massive overall damage mitigation while also doing a bunch of extra damage. Like, you just have more unique tools. Piercing Arrow is a spammable AoE that is not an attack roll. Now, this got nerfed a week after patch 8 came out, so it's not as good as it used to be. Before the nerf, what it would do is, if the target failed the save, instead of taking half damage, they would just not take this additional 1d6 down here, and they would still take the full damage from everything else. Post-nerf, it's half damage, but that's still really good. The thing you have to keep in mind about Battlemaster is you don't have the resources for anything. Like, I'm serious, you don't have the resources for one turn of combat. Even if you are willing to make the argument, you can just short rest between every fight. You absolutely can. That's true. But are you going to short rest every turn? Because you get 5, 6 superiority die. At level 5, a fighter with Action Surge, 1, 2, 3, 4, if you have any sort of extra action economy, let's say Bloodlust Elixir you gotta kill somewhere in those 4 attacks, well, that's your 5th one, gone. If you also had Haste, that's 6 attacks, so you might not even have enough. And if you use Precision Attack to double up on increasing the accuracy of trying to land like one of your offensive maneuvers, then you spent 2 superiority die on that one attack, meaning you might have less than half of what you need to get through one turn. And compare with Champion, who has no active buttons to click, so they never run out of resources. They're just slightly better than a baseline fighter at everything all the time, by getting 2 fighting styles, having -1 crit, jumping farther. Eldritch Knight just being the best of all worlds here. Eldritch Knight gets active value, Eldritch Knight gets passive value, Eldritch Knight is the most consistent poisoner and special arrow user in the game. Champion good for bow. It's good for throwing too. But yeah. So, like, all fighters are good, but Battlemaster is the least good fighter. My one regret in BG3 is not learning how to play Eldritch Knight. Oh, it's super easy. You're a fighter that has, like, wizard shit that they can do situationally. Eldritch Knight is a poisoner, please elaborate on that. So, at level 10, Eldritch Knight gets a feature called Eldritch Strike, which applies the condition stricken with Eldritch Inertia. And what that means is the description of the ability is wrong. What it tells you in the game is not how it works. So, bad, Larry, bad. But it underplays itself. What it says is, when you hit a target with a weapon attack, your next spell against them, they save at disadvantage. What it actually is whenever you hit absolutely anybody with a weapon attack, like any amount of damage, doesn't matter, you hit them with a weapon attack, for the next couple of turns, they have disadvantage on all saving throws versus everything that exists. All saving throws. You scrape someone's big toe with the side of your arrow, and everybody in the world is landing all of their effects on them. So because with poisons, you can't make your DC go up, like with Arcane Acuity, the next best thing is to make their saving throws worse. So if you're making the enemy roll at disadvantage, you're also including things like maybe you're doing Reverb from Stormy Clamor, maybe you're doing Baneful Striking. You make their saving throws so bad that your poisons land every single time. Consistency. And Eldritch Knight gets that just as a passive thing they can do at level 10. They don't have to expend a resource, it's just by attacking, it happens. And this is on top of having ritual spells from the wizard list, so that is Enhanced Leap and Long Strider. This is on top of having shield situationally, if you need to get out of a pinch. This is on top of having wizard cantrips, such as Minor Illusion, Booming Blade, Blade Ward. This is having War Magic, which allows you to, if you are doing melee stuff, you can Booming Blade and then get another melee attack as a bonus action. Also with War Magic, you can Blade Ward and then shoot on your bonus action. You can do a cantrip before combat so that you can open that combat by shooting a special arrow on your bonus action while preserving access to your main action. Like, I'm a person who hates quantifying things as, like, best or better than another thing. I've been doing it a bit in the stream because it takes a while to go through this whole thing. I'm a person who hates doing that, but, like, if upon threat of bodily harm you were like, Quag, what's the best class in Baldur's Gate 3? Like, gun to my head, forcing me to choose without giving context, the answer would be either Eldritch Knight or Hunter Ranger. It's between those two, and nobody else is really even remotely close. Like, I say honorable mention Arcane Trickster because it's awesome, but it isn't close to those two. Let's go here. Answer would be Smoke Powder Bomb. I mean, that's also a thing, yes. You get meme answers in certain contexts, like, what's the best class? Smoke Powder Bomb. Okay, what's the best class that isn't a bomb? Scorching Ray Scroll. Okay, but how about not that? Arrow of Slaying. Like... This game gets pretty silly with the level of power when you really stick to optimizing something. You know, I keep trying to make Eldritch Knight a weapon thrower. I think I'm doing it wrong? No, there's different ways to play different things. I mean, Eldritch Knight has Weapon Bind. It kind of encourages you to throw. Ironically, it's not as good at throwing as the Champion subclass is because you don't have the minus crit of Champion, and you don't benefit from Eldritch Inertia on your throwing attacks, but it's still good. Don't forget to shout out to Baromancy where applicable. Baromancy is one of those things, it's a bell curve thing. It's really good until you start getting comfortable, and then once you get to extreme cases, it's good again. I do consider Smoke Powder Bombs separate to Baromancy because Baromancy wishes it was Smoke Powder Bombs most of the time. Again, most applications. And I feel they're different enough that they deserve a distinction. I would say Baromancy, what's that? You kidding? I mean, this is refreshing, but one of the most popular things people really like talking about is making huge piles of explosive barrels that they dragged around from various places in the game and putting them next to something and then blowing them up instead of fighting it.
Softer than a whisper.
Freezing Sphere scroll is way stronger than Scorching Ray scroll? Yeah, it is. Without a doubt, just later in the game. Scorching Ray scroll gets silly because there's guaranteed locations that are available at level 1, and you can fully just go into a place where you put someone to sleep after getting Arsonist Oil on them, and then you barrel stuff them with Scorching Ray, and you do 3 figures of damage with, like, nothing going on the entire game, and it's just really funny. But yeah, Freezing Sphere is awesome, and underrated. That's not damage weight ratio and smoke powder bombs. Yeah, that's another thing that really sets them apart from barrels, and why I think there needs to be a distinction there. Because the amount of damage you can get through... Like, you could kill everything in the game if you loaded up your entire character's, like, carry weight. Like, if I used every single point here on smoke powder bombs without overstacking it, you could kill everything in the game. All of it. Everything. Probably multiple times over. Doing the same thing with barrels? Not even close. One inventory's worth is 36,000 damage. The math was done. There you go. It's not even a little close. It's literally a circle of the Scorching Ray. There's that too, yeah. You think high-end's useful for Eldritch Knight? No. Here's why. Name me one thing that scales with intelligence on Eldritch Knight. Name me one specific thing. Go. Am I missing one of these? Regarding Sphere Scroll is referring to setting pocketable spheres to a party member that's in combat from a campcaster, another way of doing infinite damage per round. Have you seen the Cemetery Corpse, Caster X?
Might be useful to navigate this place.
Yeah. I was using that to get in Helmet of Grit range on a Great Weapon Master setup. I had a lot of fun doing that. I don't know how spellcasting scales with which spells, so I don't know how to name one. Okay, so that's exactly my point. If you don't know what intelligence does for you, why would you take it? You're a fighter. You take the physical stats. That's it. You can create cases where you benefit from intelligence, but it'll never be anything that matters compared to, like, what fighter's doing. You're a weapon attack merchant. That's what you do. While an Eldritch Knight can learn things like Hold Person, like Scorching Ray, they're things you click situationally, and there's other ways to get your spell save DC up to a point where they can land. Rogues are intelligence, no matter what. Even on Swashbuckler, weirdly, because you have a Vicious Mockery and a Disarm that scale off of Charisma, but then your spells are still intelligence. Strange. Fighters and Barbs are entered Charisma, that's correct. Monks are wisdom, rangers are wisdom. But you have to keep in mind that even if you have a casting class, like, attribute, because every class does, because the game needs to know what to look at when you're using scrolls and having, you know, gear and whatnot. It doesn't mean you're scaling anything useful off of it. Like, let's take Shadow Monk, for example. Nothing Shadow Monk does scales off of Wisdom. Wisdom is its casting stat, but like Stunning Strike, that uses your maneuver DC. You don't have spells that, like, go off of it at all. Minor Illusion doesn't care. Silence doesn't care. Pass Without Trace doesn't care. Dark Vision doesn't care. Darkness doesn't care. So think of how your spells are working. If it's something like Animate Dead,
Yes?
casting stat doesn't apply. If it's something like Mage Armor, casting stat doesn't apply. Long Strider, casting stat doesn't apply. Hex, Hunter's Mark, doesn't apply. So if the majority of your spells are things that work in a way mechanically where your casting stat has no interaction with them at all, you don't need your casting stat. And that describes most fighter builds, most ranger builds, most rogue builds, most monk builds, most barbarian builds. The way I tend to play even druid, cleric, bard, I often don't have casting stat investment there either. Because you still don't need it unless you're doing specific things, and even then, there's alternatives.
Stock up while you can. I only hope I brought enough to see us through.
Was there a Conjure Elemental here? Or am I crazy? No, that might have been Roa.
Tick.
Like Int on Bow EK for normal play instead of funny max single round damage, that is. You get to a point where you're more likely to, in the very deep end, optimize Constitution out of your build than your casting stat. Because Constitution is almost never damaged. Sure. But I often end up just taking decent con and, like, non-shit charisma.
I never learned the words.
Yes, you did. She gives them to you fully formed.
With the number of special arrows I'm buying, I decided better prices made sense to me, instead of having, small amount of int. And cool thing about being an int class is if you ever really, really want some, you have an item. It's far from the best use of this slot, but for much of the game, it's not really competing with anything.
Ever at your service.
Plus, if you're, you know, every card on the table, every trick and everything available, you can run around in Act 3 with the +5 int buff. So even with 8, you're at 13. So you could run 9 to just have a +2 modifier without sacrificing any stats. And you could call that acceptable. I did use my last enlarge. I want a Sunbeam too. Mostly prepping for Ketheric Merkel and stuff at this point. We still have a few fights, but I'm keeping the consumables I'll need for finishing up Act 2 in mind.
An honor.
Well, stop. But yeah, there are cases where pumping your casting stat makes a lot more sense. There's a lot of Warlock builds where pumping Charisma makes sense, because, like, if you're playing Hexblade, Charisma is your Hex weapon, accuracy and damage, it's your spell save DC, it's your bonus damage on Eldritch Blast and your accuracy on Eldritch Blast, it's the bonus damage on your Spectres, it's your Potent Robe value, it's your Arcane Synergy value, it's your dialogues. It's one stat doing a lot of things. So, not to say sacrificing casting stat is always the play. But I don't take it very often. I don't need this anymore. Potential utility. How many Walls of Fire do I have? I like having 3 for Act 3 Ethel. I have 4, so I'm good. Or Evil, Lilith, or Anarius. I'm actually going to go with Anarius there.
And on.
Time to long rest again yet? Yeah, probably. Guess we'll do it here. And if I ask why Dragonborn was this fighter, I thought Orcs racials would be more beneficial for a solo run. I don't die. So I don't care about cheat death. I'm not meleeing, so I don't care about the extra crit die. I wanted something that doesn't have dark vision, so that I would have more circumstances in which I'm shooting at disadvantage. Because I want to miss. I specifically want to critically miss. So having dark vision would inhibit that. Dragonborn have a resistance of your choice, and the breath weapon is a really good combat opener. The choices for this, it was between human, Githyanki, and Dragonborn, because I wanted something that isn't short,
Why does it feel
that doesn't have dark vision.
to all the other? But a part of me feels sick. I thought it would be nothing.
Oh yeah, we haven't done the owlbears yet. I keep forgetting.
Anything of use?
I still haven't pulled Gale out of the fucking wall, man. Why is missing so crucial for this build? Some sort of fighting style thing? So, if you miss, you were prompted to use Curving Shot, level 7 Arcane Archer feature, which creates a copy of the projectile you used and sends it at another nearby enemy, with the point of origination being the place where the miss happened. So, if I shoot a fire arrow, let's say there's 2 enemies standing next to each other, I shoot a fire arrow at this one. I want to miss, so that the AoE still hits both of them, but the new arrow then hits this one, and that AoE hits both of them. Now, I specifically want a critical miss, because if you critically miss most kinds of special arrows, the resulting AoEs, or forks from them, tend to critically hit. They don't always, but they almost always do. So, like, if you've never noticed, shoot an arrow of many targets at someone. If the original takes a 1, in most circumstances, everyone it forks to gets crit. The same thing happens with the AoE arrows. You know, fire, lightning, acid, cold, all those. So I can leverage that to happen twice on one shot by critically missing it using Curve Shot. Is that a Karmic Dice thing? Nope, I don't play with Karmic Dice. just a base oddity of the game. The way it handles, like, projectiles that are children of other projectiles.
How we'll get Karlak fixed up, right?
Brothers. Sister.
May have defeated this guy, Nephilim. You'll never defeat the next guy. Here's where to find him, Nephil.
I never learned the words.
Yes, you did.
You seek arms.
No, I have arms, Lamb. Thank you. Thanks, bestie. I still need to buy... Not that, but yes, this. Learned more in the stream so far than I have in, like, the past year, but the point where only weird, obscure stuff like this is new to me. Hey, welcome. Like, that's kind of what we do. I've been doing a run a week for over 2 years now, and I tried not to make any of the runs be the same thing. And I like figuring out the hows and whys.
Ever at your
So, if you like that stuff too, you are definitely in the right place.
And all.
Hey, Hazel. There goes the projectile recursion build. How come you occasionally just give me psychic damage knowing exactly what you can say that just... Why are you like this? I didn't... Oh, the run's cancelled. Hazel's bullying me again. Sorry, I'll go. No, your punishment is you have to stay and continue to be yourself. You think about what you did.
Where do you hail from?
I was a farrier in Disarin Valley.
I've been meaning to ask you, a friend had Karmic Dice on. At one point he was rolling during a dialogue. I don't know, some persuasion roll. The roll stopped at 8. The number changed suddenly to 9. Which made it so that with the bonuses he passed, this Karmic Dice at work? Probably.
Ever at your service.
I don't use Karmic Dice because I don't want the game trying to arbitrarily sabotage or help me. I don't like either eventuality.
An honor.
And offloaded the cheaper things in the camp chest in a while.
Brothers. Sister.
Yeah, Wrath, feel free.
Ever at your service. An honor.
I feel like Karmic Dice isn't helpful because it's like fudging rolls when the game does that. I can't trust the dice as much. Well, you should never trust the dice. First off. Don't ever trust them. In fact, distrust them. Assume that they are out to get you. And this is why we say always roll with advantage. This is why we say walk around with inspos available, even for checks that it's not reasonable to expect failure, but you should expect failure.
Ever at your service.
A lot of achieving consistency in challenge running this game in honor mode is obsessively playing around the worst case scenario, particularly in solo, where you have, less margin of error. So don't trust the dice, ever. They are not your friend. Sometimes they are especially mean, but they are never nice.
Where do you hail from?
was a farrier in
Ever at your service.
As a DM, I'll sometimes fudge rolls that mostly help the players keep the narrative interesting, but I generally don't like fudge rolls. Fortunately, 5e mostly gets rid of the need of inspiration, ease of advantage, and so on. Yeah, I think that's one of those nice gray area things for DMs to do. Because, like, the DM's job is to make sure the game is fun. And there are some things that just wouldn't be fun. A video game is under no such obligation to do that. It's the roles are the roles, the outcomes are the outcomes. By its very nature, it can not be as nuanced. There's no person in the pilot seat. Or I guess the co-pilot seat, because you're the pilot. You go what I mean.
Brothers, sister, pray with me while...
Ever at your service.
Alright, camp chest mostly cleared out. How long have I been live? 9 hours. Alright, we'll do... Let me go do the owlbear, because I will forget. Still Banshee. Guess no Snowburst. Strange Conduit? Nah. Let's just go there.
I wouldn't have if not for the
Another step forward.
Cucumbered. There we go. Put on Slicing Short Sword. I can, distribute some decent bleeds. Do I want the Hex weapon in my main hand? Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, I want accuracy from here. Yes, it does.
Seems simple enough. That stench. I don't need any attention right now. Never wanted the easy path. Very well. Just out of view.
You and...
Shouldn't have made me.
Alright, there's Hexblade's Curse. This bleed will now do 6 damage. You have no reaction. You're not frightened. I want you to be. And now you also get frightened. Thank you. And now you also get feeble. Thank you. Goblins didn't kill the owlbear. They don't do that unless you go in the cave. Get feeble. Zero. I'll go to bed too. Good night, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Off to bed. Hopefully catch another stream soon. Thanks for the education session. Hey, thanks for being here, Chris. People. No longer feeble. I want something to hit me while feeble, but of course now it hits me. You know what? I'm gonna heal you, you asshole. Yeah, what do you think about that? Yeah, feel better. Or don't, I guess. Why not a bigger heals? No. There we go. Large creature hitboxes. Walk through it. Walk through it. Walk through it. Are you just immune to that?
Cub looks from you to his dead mother. A single strike will end. You watch.
Provide for the cub. Perhaps it'll live.
Fine.
Can't slow down.
An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune.
I gotta start picking up Oakfather's Embrace earlier in runs. It's so good. Fun thing about these shadows in Act 2, their claw attacks are 2 instances of damage, so they hit you, they take damage from that armor twice. That armor's damage is radiant damage, which they are vulnerable to. Or, in the case of Wraiths, at least not resistant. Okay. You're a good boy.
Looks like there's a little
I
shrine.
haven't messed around with the
over
Oak
there.
Blows.
There's magic keeping
Yeah,
this
Oak
chest
Daddy's
sealed.
Huggies
I
is
can feel its aura.
how I handled my original level 1 run Merkle fight. Stood in the corner and
Something over there.
healed until Palace Glow boosted Oakfather's Embrace killed him.
My prayers are answered.
What can I make hit me? Yeah, let's recruit Gale, I guess. Don't have the Mighty Cloth yet. Kind of want it. Yeah, let's just get big. Gale's a good example of one of those things that is believed to be time sensitive that isn't. You can leave this for as long as you want. Only way you lose access to recruiting him is if you lose access to Act 1.
Approach the sigil on.
A hand? Anyone?
Say, but I know you, and I can only assume you don't happen to be a cleric by any chance. We're most certainly going to need a heat up for that. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Alright, we've been traveling together for a while now.
You see, I have... What it comes down to is that... Just by that, I mean...
As luck would have it, you're already primed to give me exactly what I need.
You can take the Tarnished Charm.
A metaphorical demon. Sincerely, though.
Didn't mean to drink that.
What's on your mind? I quite... Oh.
Oh yeah, that's another thing worth mentioning. You get, for each of the companions, except for the non-origin ones, so that's Jaheira, Minthara, Halsin, and Minsk. But weirdly, also Lae'zel is not in this category. Some of them you just get 30 XP for recruiting. So, Shadowheart, Karlach, Astarion, Will, Gale, you get 30 XP for recruiting each of them. Doesn't scale with level, but I find it interesting that Lae'zel just is left out of that. But
either we act now, or someone else will pick that wreck clean and leave us nothing. But we got ourselves competent.
Poisonous Vapors. Warlock talks them down checklists. Raw damage. Some set of conditions where you can get 30 XP for Shadowheart twice, but I haven't figured out what that condition is exactly. It might be quest XP for the Explore the Ruins quest, possibly. Weird time to be approaching these. But there's an exploration spot here at the chapel that I saved till level 10. Because there's no, like, real reward for going here. Small amounts of XP for each of these guys. No loot really worth mentioning, so I may as well get the most XP for the area. Oh, I guess I missed an inspo by lockpicking instead of talking to him. Oh well.
Softer than a whisper.
Yeah, okay.
Light on my feet. I'll take that. No lock, no handle.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
That's why it's not working.
Here goes nothing.
Figure out on the beach always. Sometimes when I'm swapping characters, move her out of the party back in, it gives me 30 XP again. Worth looking into. Book over there. I don't really have inspo. I'll grab it. Send it to Gale.
Forbidden knowledge, without a doubt. Open up. Strange coin. I wonder what it's worth.
Missy, Karlak told you about that already. I guess you just get that line from that coin.
Here lies the guardian of tombs.
One time I tried to wake up Shard on the beach by shoving her. She didn't like that. Yeah, one time I had Astarion bite her. I was playing as Astarion. So I was like, ooh, easy bloodless, and she won't wake up. No, she woke up and aggroed. It was the whole thing.
Thou hast now a bosom. Dost thou that is where I will.
So a little over 10,000 XP left to the level. For reference, in a run where you do not... In a run where you free the Night Song. Let's put it that way. And Balthazar is alive to flag you down in the Shadowfell. Under those circumstances, you have about 12,000 XP just in the finale, not including what you get from things Merkel at afterwards. So, I could go in now, but I want more. Still have 2 exploration spots in the Myconid colony.
Think you can take me on?
2 in the mountain pass. I don't plan on fighting here, but let's just prepare. That wall is fake. Didn't look at my angle there. Still gotta mess around with giving Ketherick Bernard's weapon. Been talking about doing that for years now, and I haven't done it.
think your soul is in good hands. Better be cautious. One day I'll catch a break. Blood follows me everywhere.
Breathe quiet.
I guess we have Bullet. Do I not have the Susa tree? Is Philro actually still alive? Ahoy, Captain. I haven't finished my decks yet, but it's close. I'm at like... Hang on. I'm checking.
I don't know half of what they're saying.
226 and 92. No way Philro's still alive. I guess I just didn't get the waypoint. Okay, so
This calls for careful.
maybe he is still alive. Hook Horror is level 10, huh? Or...
Need to find a way forward.
Maybe consider having the correct gear on. It helps a little. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say. So, stuff that I'm considering for my next run. I haven't done a retaliation build in a while. I maybe want to do one of those. But also, I was thinking about doing a new Wild Magic Barb run. Focusing around casting while in rage. Which is a thing you can do with that subclass. But I'm wondering if maybe I can combine the concepts, because one of the Wild Magic surges for Wild Magic is a damage retaliation effect. It's really good, it's just the inconsistency of actually getting it is a concern. The way this build would work out would be a lot of long resting. But maybe that's a fun change of pace. Okay, I did kill Philro. Right, I just assassinated him. For a Pathfinder run. How did you know I was staring at Wrath of the Righteous in my library last night? I very nearly installed it. I probably would have been streaming a lot less today if I had, because I imagine I wouldn't have slept as much. And I didn't even sleep well. Aging is a scam. You just sleep like shit for no reason. By long resting willingly is quite good. It would let me see some rare long rest events that you can't see unless you long rest at utterly nonsensical times. Like as in the first thing you do after that autoloid, and then you do it 3 more times without progressing anything, as in that early. Then also, like, spamming rest for the True Soul tag could be funny.
Don't waste a step.
Prone, frightened, and feeble. Me when big lady, am I right?
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. All right then.
I rest 4 times before entering the forest.
Blood follows me everywhere.
That makes up a lot of hours.
Breathe deep and move.
Insulted, you succeeded on that. Oh, you rolled a 20. Yeah, that'll do it.
Have to keep going.
I do have more long rests I have to do, so... Monstrosity Sling? Wasted.
Risk being in open view.
Only got at the next one. Hey Morgan, Evelyn. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm doing okay. How are you? Happy New Year.
The rock in memory of Myrna,
Let's
the
do that. Alright, what else we got? Anything of significant value here? Not really. I still haven't done He Who Was. Anything in this map? I could kill some Myconids. Good, thank you. Happy New Year to you also. Very happy to have you around. Have you ever messed around with curving shot? It's very goofy, the things you can do with it. I thought yesterday about it. So like if you crit miss someone, then curving shots off of that will almost always crit. If you crit miss someone with like an AoE arrow, the AoE will crit secondary targets, but then the curving shot off of that, the AoE will also crit everyone. So the idea is once we get Crater Flesh Gloves here, it's gonna be somehow even sillier fire arrow melts. But even without Crater Flesh Gloves, it's pretty odd. Like, you know how when you crit miss a target with a many target arrow, often the forks tend to crit. There's something with how the game handles child projectiles where it's like it rolls back around. Let's go there. There. I guess here. I don't really want to get befuddled. Let's do that.
All right, time to skulk about. Time to get going. Carefully now.
Blood has been spilled on.
The dead. That's interesting.
See if I can force this to happen. Gotta poison myself with some rotten food. I didn't miss.
These boots have seen everything.
How do you get around the DC 13 and crawler mix in the prior fight? Been too lazy with car bustins. Baneful Striking does a lot. Stacks with Bane. Baneful Striking is guaranteed application. If you try to apply with a 2-instance arrow, so that is Ilmater, Slaying, or any of the elemental ones, then they have to succeed both saves because they're simultaneous. So if you make someone roll at disadvantage, like let's say you had them bleeding, if you make them roll at disadvantage against a 2-instance, they have to succeed 4 times or else they get paralyzed. That's why Eldritch Knight is so good at paralyzing, because Eldritch Inertia just go burr. But yeah, Reverb, Baneful Striking. Okay, here we go. Critical miss, curve shot. So this is why I said sometimes. That didn't crit, and I'm wondering if it's these at fault. So I'm gonna try that again next turn. You don't want to come in here, right? Take this one off too, actually. try this again. It's not a crit miss, but I'll still do it. Don't want you to die yet, so I'm gonna turn that off. I didn't actually know that Myconids don't have Enter Darkness AI. These Spore Serpents do. Give me a crit miss. That's not quite what I want. Still good damage there, though. Doing this with Titan String would definitely be better for this, because it would, Titan Weapon would go in the fire portion. Alright, I don't need my Hex right now. Let me figure out how I want to do this. Let's go here. I guess that. Sure, I'll go DR mode until I can figure out how the crit thing is happening here. And let's go back to this.
You've made a grave mistake. Let's get going.
Hello? Why did you not bring your friends? Alright, now meet me over here. Cat. Cat. Don't fist me. Jake, you left your motor running. I didn't raise you to be that irresponsible. Give me that crit miss. It's acceptable. I don't want you dead yet. Okay, there we go. And terrain blocked it. Very rude game. Running out of targets.
Perhaps Amelia is right. I should get a mask.
We won't stay long.
Thanks again for all.
My hyperspace dex is further than yours? Oh no.
defiled the creature.
Yeah, whatever, man. Still poisoned. This is crash out mode. I said go down there. I said food coma mode. Ooh, what'd you eat? Oh, now you crit miss. Mushroom and Swiss burger from a local place. Sounds good. I want to accidentally pull Glut in here. I want to end this fight and see if they're perma-hostile. Might be. I've never resolved this quest in this particular way before, where I just murdered Spa. Like, I've killed Spa before, but not without conferring with Glut. Gonna run out of fire arrows. Barkus should have a lot in his bag that I can steal. I'm gonna cut myself off at 10 hours here. Think. Get poisoned again. Wasn't quite the intended result, but not bad. Game said no. Still have a small group.
I should speak up.
What, we good? We chill?
It is time.
Yes. Oh, he's walking up to Swa's spot now.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep. Time to press ahead. These boots have seen everything. Let's get this over with.
Get the hook or too.
Creature more.
There we go. Give me a crit miss. That was not a crit miss at all. That was just a regular hit. Those are very different things. Okay, fine. Fine. I wonder if you use Survival Instinct on a Hook Horror Spore Serpent, you could turn it back into a regular Hook Horror. Unnecessary science time.
Just out of view.
Vis Medicatrix.
Target must be an ally. Monstrosity. No. Oh well. Try it another time.
More for me.
Can you get attitude with those Spore Servants? Like, they'll talk to you for crime response stuff. I wonder if you could add it to the ever-growing list.
With haste.
I guess something I could be doing is, I could dupe Morning Frost and do double Morning Frost to boost my cold arrow damage. And that would boost Drake Throat cold damage. Should have been doing that a while ago, to be honest, but...
Something good here, I hope.
don't have the piece from Dorn yet. That's the other thing I have to do. Amusingly, luminous armor is probably actually not completely horrible on this setup. At least on the ideal shot we deliver. The problem is the ideal shot we deliver doesn't leave everything alive. Or radiating orbs to matter, so... Still sucks. Fateful Strike. I don't think Reverb does too much for us here, but... Or whatever. What am I Necrotic resist right now? Let's grab Leviatar Scourge. Radiation Orbs? Now that would be much better. Red Explosions.
Out of sight, out of mind. Worse. What were they doing here? What path lies before me?
I'm still Flask Spectator, still have Marcus. Let's make Morning Frost though. Oh yeah, haven't killed Esther yet either.
Just what I need.
Need Shart's assistance.
So, nevertheless, is Quirk's girl.
Alright. What's next, I wonder?
Anything else I want to do over here? In Callous Glow, but nah. My interest in the Divinity game, Larian Tease. I mean, there's not enough to really go off of as a game. Just going off of IP hype and Larian hype. My interest has waned slightly after, their recent comments on certain topics. But yeah, I'm interested.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Shah's blessings upon you. If you're sure, of course.
I haven't Drake throated, have I? Much as I want to do it on Banshee, I should be doing it on Titan String right now. We'll do all our bows in the Act 2 finale. Probably using Neremisser for Merkle. What comments or vagueness suggests not something you want to discuss on stream? At least, no, I discussed it at length. Just the recent discussion over the ever-present topic of use of AI in game development, and rather than having a substantive answer, they doubled and tripled down on simply repeating the number of concept artists they have without answering any of the questions people were actually asking. Which is a bad look. And then head of Larian decided to get angry at people on social media once again instead of answering any fucking questions. And they're now doing a Q&A pretty soon on the upcoming game, which we touched on this earlier in the stream, but I floated the question of like, do we think that was planned before or after the recent backlash? And people mostly said after. So, that. I really wish I had Ensnaring Strike or Branding Smite here. That's alright.
I'll feel that one later.
I'm trying to go to Ancient Forge. Wrong place. Oh, I still have the Mimic and Moonrise too. Like, the thing about repeating number of concept artists was especially egregious to me, because that's like peak not answering a question answer. When the question is like, hey, so you using generative AI for things other than convenience? And instead of yes, no, we did here, it was something to the effect of, we explore all sorts of technologies to enhance productivity. And, hey, look how many concept artists we have. Look how many concept artists we have. Look how many concept artists we have. Like, oh, okay. That is in itself an answer. Just not one that a lot of people liked.
Wonder what's past this.
Did answer about that interview. The more recent one? Coffee? Welcome in. I've not been following the situation very closely since the beginning, so feel free to provide any more up-to-date info.
What the hell? There was a creature trapped inside.
Bonk. Bonk. No, did it too early. So you don't bonk too fast.
Victory is mine. The Guardian's fallen.
Sure did, buddy. Pandora's box been open, unfortunately, seems will be soon required to accept essays written by generative AI for full credit. I have nothing nice to say. You know my feelings. Pretty sure we're aligned. Like a double Morning Frost. Level 2 Trickery Clerics can dupe any equipable item on the game. If you are not on PC, it's limited to weapons as far as I know. But yeah, level 2 Trickery Cleric can just do that. So I outsource that to Shadowheart. And the old one? I read the old one, and no, there was not a satisfactory answer. As I said, there was the repetition of... Did you know we have this many concept artists? Which is in itself a deflection. Now that's not necessarily a confirmation of the worst case things that, you know, people who are trying to consume things in the games industry or other industries ethically are afraid of, but it also is a deflection, so... do I need to keep Arcane Synergy around? No, I'm not going to use that. Necromancy of Stay? Oh, I was supposed to cut myself off at 10 hours. Alright, one more fight. One more fight. I can consume games in a healthy fashion. I don't know what you're talking about.
Cursed to put my hands on everything. Let's move.
Jealous you get to play games, especially such a good one. You've been playing DOS 2 recently, right? Or recently is relative. I was, like, away, barely online for a couple weeks.
Breathe quiet. Move with me. Right on my feet.
Let's just put this on. Probably won't try to shoot me like this, right? Only once per week? Oh, gotcha. Owie. Situation with AI and game devs changing. Talking as an artist, less studios want to use it, and some studios interview artists IRL to be sure they actually can draw. That's uplifting to hear, genuinely. I do like to hear the inside take. I'm hopeful that the wind continues to blow that way. This might sound dramatic, but seeing my ex-coworker still working makes me feel a bit better. I don't think that's dramatic at all. Ex-coworker concept artist? Yeah, I don't think you're being dramatic at all. I think that's green flag behavior.
farther can I go?
Already going here? Thought I did. Getting my runs crossed again.
If you are known, what think you of this? Tell me, if you could see any.
I can see situational uses for generative AI would be in the ghost NPCs and crowds in densely populated places, not anything crafted, and that makes sense. Yeah, like, I get the gist of what you're saying, but my argument there is like, alright, hire someone. Hire someone to make more NPCs. Now, if maybe you're talking, okay, dynamically generating background NPCs, you know, extras, so to speak, hire someone.
Let's have a look. Watch how you go. There's a trap.
I have 5 people to do NPCs like in Oblivion. No, that's the voice act NPCs. I mean, the other parts of the process.
I don't need any attention right now.
I mean, succeeded. There we go. +1 heart of ice, +1 heart of ice, +1 heart of ice, +1 heart of ice. Cool.
The book is that you try to examine the book, but the longer you stare, the more those hieroglyphs shift gently before your eyes. Words slip into
So if I was going all in on XP, I would destroy the book after I'm done reading it here.
all you can
But
see are those symbols. All you can hear are the whispers.
small amount of XP that I don't need to care about.
Ever you feel claws moving in the shadows. They pull at you. The glyphs, the books.
Beating the third one's weird. Hey, Nero.
If not over, then through. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. Alright. I think that's it for today. As much as I'd like to play more. Still need code to readily assemble the assets? Yeah. Hire someone to automate that. I know that sounds like an easy answer, but some things are straightforward. The games industry is not a niche entertainment thing like it was 25, 30 years ago. It is an extreme earner. They can afford it. You see game budget nowadays, they can afford it. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. For good discussion as always. Meaningful discussion. We do that sometimes in between talking about big ladies beating the shit out of us and what is ethical to do in the game for XP. I'll be live tomorrow. Tomorrow's co-op day. Pretty sure co-op with Danny. We didn't touch base, but Friday's usually that, and I'm sure we're still on. We'll raid her, and I'll check while we're there. So that'll answer that. The company can, but the management and shareholders refuse to do so. It's not up to the engineers, unfortunately. Yes, which is why public opinion needs to remain sour on use of generative AI in cases that could just be done by a person to, you know, give them a fucking job. Public opinion needs to be sour enough that the shareholders are like, hang on, we might lose money because people won't like that. Which is why remaining consistent on that subject is important. When something rubs you the wrong way, be rubbed the wrong way. Yeah, we'll raid Danny. Here's hoping. Yeah, tomorrow co-op. Saturday, I might not be live. If I am, it'll be later in the day. I still gotta figure that out. If I take Saturday off, maybe I'll do like extra long on Monday or something. But I'll see you when next I see you. Happy New Year, if I didn't say it to you already. And yeah, have a good rest of your day, everyone. Bye-bye.